everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, Path to Godhood. Chapter 450 to 483, 451. Holding the Jinchuriki night fell, and the moonlight illuminated the vast sea, sharpening every shape on the water's surface. How much longer until the hidden mist arrives? Asked Hayashi, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Aoba Yamashiro answered, a hint of excitement in his voice. At their speed, it should be about 15 more minutes. Very well, gather all the ninja together. 2 minutes later, all jonin from the surrounding waters had assembled. Seeing everyone arrive, Hayashi spoke clearly, we will head to the trap area now. The team, composed entirely of jonin, moved with incredible speed, reaching a sea area littered with water mines and explosive tags in barely 3 minutes. The night sea was cold. Even with Hayashi's chakra control at Konoha's highest level, contact with the seawater sent chills through him. Ignoring the rising white fog, they waited for the hidden mist ships to appear. Far away, Yuan, the transport commander of the hidden mist fleet, frowned. What is it? A guard beside him asked respectfully. Some ninja have infiltrated the fog. Eliminate any jonin skilled in stealth techniques, and ensure all supplies remain intact, Yuan ordered. His cold tone sent a shiver down the guard Gyuden's spine. Once Umbu chief under the third Mizukage, Yuan had seamlessly transitioned to support Yagura's rise, his power fully intact and even more lethal. Rumors buzzed throughout the village, but none dared speak openly. He could kill on a whim. Gyuden never questioned his orders. As a family that once produced the second Mizukage, the Hozuki clan doubted him, but their doubts had been silenced by consecutive disasters at the hands of the third and fourth Mizukage. Gyuden sighed and withdrew several elite jonin from the fleet, moving swiftly toward the enemy's waters. Yuan's fog allowed him to sense every movement. It was a dangerous advantage. Approaching the enemy, he relied on advanced chakra perception and concealment techniques. The Konoha ninja ahead appeared unprepared. Could all of them be low-rank scouts? Gyuden did not hesitate, thrusting his kunai toward Hayashi's neck. Hayashi remained calm, pretending not to notice. Just as the kunai neared his throat, he twisted his own, sparks flying as his left foot lightly stepped on the water. The smooth sea erupted into a spray, forming 3 spiraling jets of water that shot upward like swords. His chakra control was precise, reducing the need for hand seals. Hidden by fog and night, the attack was nearly invisible. By the time Gyuden realized, Hayashi's ninjutsu was already striking his abdomen. Surprised, Gyuden sensed his opponent's overwhelming strength. Yet Yuan's orders forbade retreat. Suppressing his instincts, he barely evaded the spirals with a water clone, and melted back into the fog, relying on the mist to conceal his stealth techniques. Every sound of his heartbeat, breath, and movement disappeared as he hunted for Hayashi, only to find him gone. A cold voice echoed behind him. The dense fog barely hindered Hayashi's vision. Without warning, a powerful strike shattered the back of Gyuden's head, sending him into the water with a splash. Water release. Hayashi's Sharingan scanned the battlefield. Hozuki Ryogetsu, who had used his water release to evade earlier attacks, appeared a short distance away. Forming a pistol shape with his hand, he launched a bullet-like sphere of liquid. Water release, water iron cannon. Hayashi moved swiftly, creating gentle ripples on the water's surface. In his hand, a serpentine form of lightning chakra manifested. Lightning release, lightning snake. Tall waves erupted, clearing a path through the fog. Hyuga ninja and Kirigakure jonin continued fighting, but Hayashi paused his attack. The Hozuki withdrew his chakra from the water, evading the strike. Trying to lure me into the water. Hayashi murmured, amused. The Hozuki clan excelled in aquatic combat, but he had no need to dive. A small, glowing sphere of chakra appeared in his hand. Its light was harmless but acted as a lure, activating a 5 senses genjutsu. Even underwater, Ryogetsu sensed it, but he was too late. The genjutsu infiltrated his mind. Struggling to escape, Ryogetsu's body felt like a sinking stone. In his panic, seawater rushed into his mouth. Hayashi, unconcerned, cut down a few Kirigakure ninja nearby before sending a large white message tag to deliver a signal. This operation was twofold. First, block Kirigakure's shipping lanes with explosive tags and mines. Second, strike the land of water's stronghold. The first task had taken 3 days. Hayashi now ensured the supply convoy passed smoothly while drawing the enemy's attention. Far in the land of waves, Tsukumo led the majority of the force in the second step. After confirming Kirigakure ships were approaching, Hayashi gave the order, "You go first. I will handle the Three Tails Jinchuriki." The squad moved forward as the sea roared behind them. Flames and water erupted dozens of meters high. Splashes left concentric ripples as they rushed toward the island where the small boats were docked. Aoba Yamashiro halted suddenly, activating his Byakugan. "It's a Three Tails Jinchuriki. Three Tails Jinchuriki Hosokawa." Hayashi squinted, puzzled by his presence. 2 possibilities arose: Kirigakure sent him with the supply convoy, and he survived the explosions, or they knew of Konoha's plan, and deliberately deployed the Jinchuriki. Hayashi sensed a conspiracy. He commanded decisively, "Proceed ahead. I will hold the Three Tails Jinchuriki." Whether by conspiracy or chance, the Three Tails had arrived on his side, and Hayashi would meet the challenge head-on. Chapter 451, 452, the 3:14:40 words. The moonlight grew brighter as the waves rolled across the surface of the sea. In the distance, flames consumed the Kirigakure fleet. One ship after another burned and slowly sank beneath the dark water, yet the figure watching from afar showed no concern. Standing silently above the waves, Tobi, or rather White Zetsu, observed the battle like a phantom. The destruction behind him meant nothing. The Third Shinobi World War existed to weaken the 5 great nations. Whether the shinobi who died belonged to Kirigakure or Konohagakure did not matter in the slightest. White Zetsu only had one task. When the Jinchuriki began to lose, the curse mark hidden on the seal of the Three Tails would activate and destroy the seal. Once the seal collapsed, the tailed beast would be released completely, forcing Hayashi to exhaust as much of his strength as possible. Neither White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, nor Fugaku believed the Jinchuriki could actually defeat Hayashi. But that was not the point. Once the Three Tails appeared, Hayashi would be forced to burn through the Sage Chakra he had stored inside his sealing scrolls. Without Sage Mode, his combat ability would drop significantly. And after that, other arrangements would naturally follow. The Three Tails was only the first step of this ambush. "It's starting," White Zetsu muttered softly. In the distance, the battle suddenly changed. After several exchanges, Hayashi retreated and created distance between himself and his opponent. At the same time, he quickly unfurled several scrolls. Dark markings spread from the corners of his eyes like ink. A distinct pattern appeared across his face. The unmistakable mark of Sage Mode. The moment Hayashi entered Sage Mode meant only one thing. The Three Tails Jinchuriki had begun transforming. Yet Hayashi immediately sensed that something was wrong. At this point in time, perfect Jinchuriki did not exist. Normally, when a Jinchuriki used the power of a tailed beast, their body would simply be wrapped in a cloak of chakra. That chakra would form a tailed beast shape around them. A full transformation almost never happened unless the host was near death or forced it through special methods. But what he was seeing now was completely different. A violent surge of chakra erupted from Hosokawa's body. The ocean surface exploded outward. Then a massive turtle shell slowly rose above the water. 3 enormous flat tails smashed across the sea, stirring towering waves that rolled in every direction. The Three Tails, Isabu, had fully manifested. A complete tailed beast transformation. Hayashi's eyes grew cold. Had the Jinchuriki released the seal willingly? Doing that meant certain death for the host. Hayashi refused to believe Hosokawa would make such a choice. Before he could think further, a thunderous roar shook the sea. Although Isabu was not as violent as Shikaku, it had still been sealed away for years. The moment it regained freedom, its anger burst out uncontrollably. Its single massive eye turned and locked directly onto Hayashi. One of its enormous tails rose high into the air. Then it stabbed downward like the venomous stinger of a giant scorpion. The attack was incredibly fast and carried terrifying force. But to Hayashi, who stood directly in front of it, it was still not enough. Under Sage Mode, his perception and reaction speed were far beyond ordinary shinobi. At the instant the massive tail pierced down, Hayashi shifted backward. The tail slammed into the water right in front of him, sending waves exploding in every direction. Hayashi stepped forward immediately. The curved tail formed a natural arch above the sea. Using that moment, Hayashi rushed upward along it and reached the highest point in an instant. Lightning burst into existence in his hand. But before he could strike, the other two tails snapped toward him from both sides. Dodging was unavoidable. Even with his defenses, taking a direct hit from a tailed beast was suicide. Hayashi twisted sideways and slipped through the narrow gap between the three attacking tails. In midair, the lightning in his hand suddenly extended outward. The Raikiri stretched into a long blade of lightning. Chidori Sharp Spear. Enhanced by Sage Chakra, the technique hardened and condensed into a piercing lance. Hayashi hurled it downward with full force. Isabu's body was covered in thick, spiked armor. Even at a glance, it was obvious the creature possessed incredible defense. But how strong was it exactly? The next moment, Hayashi found out. The arm-thick lightning spear struck Isabu's back directly. Then the lightning trembled violently. Cracks spread along the Chidori Sharp Spear from the tip to the base. In an instant, the entire technique shattered and dispersed into the air. This was the first time the Chidori Sharp Spear had ever failed to penetrate its target. Isabu's tail whipped sideways. The blow sent Hayashi flying across the sea like a stone skipping across water. The tailed beast pressed its advantage. Two other tails lashed toward him immediately. Hayashi felt several bones shift painfully out of place, but he endured the pain and adjusted his body in midair while forming hand seals. Sage Art, Water Release, Severing Wave. A highly compressed stream of water burst from his mouth. This was the second Hokage's S-rank water release technique, famous for its incredible cutting power. When enhanced by Sage Chakra, its destructive ability reached a frightening level. The sharp water beam sliced across the base of one of Isabu's tails. A violent spray erupted. Water and crimson blood burst outward together. Isabu let out an earth-shaking roar as one entire tail was severed at the root. But damaging a tailed beast never made it surrender. If anything, it only made it more furious. Ignoring the severed tail, Isabu surged forward. Its enormous body churned the sea and forced Hayashi backward. Then the giant beast turned again and faced the tiny human before it. Its massive jaws opened. Chakra began gathering rapidly. A pitch-black sphere formed at its mouth. Tailed Beast Ball. It was an extremely powerful attack, but it required time to charge. And Hayashi had fought tailed beasts many times before. Few shinobi in the world had more experience dealing with them. His hands moved again. Shadow Clone Technique. Two clones appeared beside him instantly. Next came a combination attack using Sage Mode. Hayashi formed the first set of hand seals. His right clone followed. Then his left clone. Just as the tailed beast ball finished forming, the sky above Isabu suddenly darkened. Sage Art, Earth Release, Heavenly Descent Cover. A massive oval-shaped mound of earth fell from above and smashed directly onto Isabu's head. The attack interrupted its focus. Immediately after that came the second technique. Sage Art, Fire Release, Spiraling Shuriken. A blazing Rasengan infused with fire chakra formed and shot forward. The final technique followed without delay. Sage Art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Wind and fire collided violently as both techniques struck the tailed beast at the same time. In an instant, the two attacks completely engulfed Isabu. The extreme heat caused massive amounts of seawater to evaporate. Thick white steam rose into the air and formed a circular curtain around the battlefield. Isabu's roar changed from rage. Then finally, after a long moment, the smoke slowly dispersed. The surface of the sea was empty. The enormous body of the three tails had vanished. Was it dead? Hayashi could not be certain. Tailed beasts possessed many strange survival methods. Even the eight tails could escape by sacrificing one of its tails. Isabu, which fought in the ocean, might possess similar abilities. Hayashi stepped forward. He retrieved the severed tail floating nearby and sealed it inside a scroll. Then he placed several soldier pills into his mouth to recover some chakra. The battle had appeared simple, but in truth he had completely exhausted the sage chakra he had stored beforehand. If he wanted to fight again, he would need to find a quiet place to gather natural energy and replenish his reserves. Only then could he head toward the land of water battlefield to support Tsukumo. But just as he was about to leave, Hayashi suddenly felt a familiar summoning signal. It came from Dubai. A bad feeling instantly rose in his chest. Summoning technique. A burst of smoke exploded across the sea surface. Dubai appeared and hurriedly whispered a few urgent words. Hayashi's expression changed immediately. A violent surge of chakra erupted around him. Something had gone terribly wrong. Send your juicy power stone. If you want bonus chapters also, there are up to 100 chapters available on Patreon. Look it up if interested in reading ahead. com/_Zef chapter 452, 453, trap 1505 words. Night deepened as thick clouds slowly crept across the sky, threatening to swallow the moonlight. On a remote island within the land of water, Himeji and a group of Konoha shinobi were desperately fleeing through the darkness. The mission had gone terribly wrong. The number of Kirigakure shinobi stationed at the base was far greater than intelligence had suggested. Soon after the battle began, Himeji and several others were cut off from the main force by a large group of enemies. Before they could regroup, they were completely surrounded. Fortunately, Himeji possessed the Byakugan. With its vision, she managed to guide several Konoha shinobi through the darkness while avoiding the enemy's pursuit. Even so, their numbers kept shrinking. One by one, the shinobi beside her fell behind during the chase. Eventually, only 2 people remained. Himeji and another member of the Hyuga clan. The Kirigakure shinobi did not immediately kill them. Instead, they pursued them relentlessly, as if enjoying a cruel game of cat and mouse. The 2 finally stopped in a dense forest. The Hyuga shinobi from the branch family lowered his body and spoke in a quiet voice. Himeji-sama. Himeji turned to him. What is it, Kita? It can't continue like this, Kita said quietly. If we keep running, we'll both die here. Himeji forced a bitter smile. I already tried to send a summoning snake to notify Hayashi, but the summoning failed earlier. This entire area seems to be sealed by a barrier that blocks space. Summoning techniques were essentially a form of space-time ninjutsu. If an area was completely locked by a barrier, summoned creatures could not enter. Kita fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke again, his voice trembling slightly. If we reach a dead end, Himeji-sama, abandon me and escape alone. Himeji immediately shook her head. That's impossible. There is nothing impossible about it, Kita replied. I am part of the branch family. Protecting the main family is my duty. His voice trembled as he spoke, as if saying those words had consumed all his courage. Suddenly, he grabbed his chest and groaned in pain. Himeji stepped closer with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Kita raised his hand weakly. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. The strike came without warning, aimed directly at Himeji. In terms of strength, Kita was only an ordinary jonin. Normally he would not be able to defeat Himeji. But the problem was that Himeji had never expected an attack from him. She believed the person before her was truly a loyal member of the branch family. In that single moment of hesitation, disaster struck. Blood splashed into the air. One of Himeji's Byakugan was forcibly torn from its socket. The pain of the ambush and the loss of her eye instantly placed her in a terrible situation. But what hurt even more was the betrayal itself. Kita lifted his arm again, preparing to dig out her remaining eye. Was losing her eye painful? But at this moment, the deeper pain was something else entirely. Himeji could not understand. Why would someone from the branch family, someone she had always protected, do something like this to her? Was it simply because she belonged to the main family? But Himeji could not die here. There were still things she had yet to accomplish. There was someone she still wished to see. Words she had held in her heart for 10 long years still remained unspoken. With that thought, her chakra erupted. Gentle fist art, rotation. The spinning chakra blast forced her attacker back. Using that brief opening, Himeji immediately used the body flicker technique and escaped deeper into the forest. The man who looked like Kita did not pursue her. Because he was not Kita at all. The figure slowly revealed a strange smile. It was White Zetsu, disguised as the Hyuga shinobi. He calmly placed the stolen Byakugan into a saline-filled container inside his ninja pouch. This precious eye would eventually be delivered to Kirigakure. As for Himeji, she could not die yet. Only a living Himeji could lure the real target into the trap. The true prey would rush here no matter the danger. White Zetsu's body slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. A moment later, a large squad of Kirigakure shinobi arrived at the location where the two had been hiding. After briefly scanning the area, they immediately chased in the direction Himeji had fled. Far away from the island, over the dark sea, a young man was moving at terrifying speed. Hayashi advanced relentlessly, repeatedly using the body flicker technique to shorten the distance. When Dabai had failed to return after the summoning signal, Hayashi immediately realized something had gone terribly wrong with Himeji. From that moment onward, he had traveled at his absolute maximum speed. If it were not for his enormous chakra reserves, such extreme movement would have already exhausted him. Across the ocean, Hayashi's movement resembled a streak of black lightning tearing through the night sky. Yet the closer he came to the location where Himeji had encountered danger, the more Kirigakure shinobi appeared to block his path. At this point, if he still failed to recognize the situation, then he truly deserved to fall into the trap. Someone had deliberately set all of this up. Was it Uchiha Madara? Hayashi did not know. There was only one thing he was certain about. He had to reach Himeji. Along the way, Hayashi had asked himself a question countless times. If he knew it was a trap, should he still rush forward? Should he continue even if it meant walking straight toward death? Now he had already made his choice. If it had been Mikoto, Kushina, Minato, or Nawaki in danger today, he would have made the exact same decision. Humans were strange creatures. They discarded things they did not value as easily as worn-out shoes. But the things they cared about, they would protect with everything they had, sometimes with an almost obsessive determination. After hours of relentless travel, Hayashi finally slowed down. Before him stood 50 Kirigakure shinobi. They blocked the path ahead. Hayashi did not hesitate. He charged directly toward them. Blood sprayed through the air. Bodies collapsed one after another. No one could even react to what was happening. Within moments, the battlefield fell silent again. When the last enemy collapsed onto the ground, Hayashi wiped the blood from his face and continued walking forward. His pace was calm now. Neither fast nor slow. The final stretch of road before him was destined to be soaked in blood. Leaving behind a trail of corpses, Hayashi followed the crimson path until he finally reached a narrow canyon. He stopped. Because someone was waiting at the entrance. The man looked young and possessed a round, almost childlike face. His silver hair stood out clearly in the dim light. Even from a distance, Hayashi could see his distinctive features. Purple eyes. A stitched scar beneath the left eye. The man held a strange staff-like weapon with curved hooks on both ends. The front was thin while the back was thicker, and one end was decorated with a small green flower. There was no doubt about his identity. The fourth Mizukage. And the final obstacle standing in Hayashi's way. Konoha's lightning flash, Yagura said in a childish voice that sounded strangely cold. You finally arrived. I've been waiting for quite some time. Hayashi ignored everything else. Where is Himeji? It was the only thing he cared about. Yagura gave a faint laugh. She is inside the canyon. She is seriously injured, but she is still alive. His expression turned mocking. But a strict space barrier has already been placed inside. If you want to save her, you must defeat me first. Otherwise, she will bleed to death inside that canyon. Hearing that Himeji was still alive, Hayashi finally relaxed slightly. The worst possibility had not yet come true. At that moment, hidden within the darkness nearby, a man wearing a white mask silently observed the scene. Uchiha Fugaku. Through his genjutsu, he had placed Yagura completely under his control. Naturally, he would not miss the chance to witness this battle. If Hayashi were in peak condition, Fugaku believed Yagura would be killed easily. But now the situation was very different. Hayashi had already exhausted all of his sage chakra during the battle with the three tails. His long-distance sprint had consumed a massive amount of chakra. He had also fought numerous enemies along the way, leaving several injuries across his body. His breathing was uneven. His steps were heavy. His face looked pale from exhaustion. At this moment, Hayashi's strength had been pushed to its absolute limit. Fugaku believed his calculations were flawless. Hayashi himself knew it too. Yet even so, he stared calmly at the Mizukage standing before him. Then he spoke quietly. If you are seeking death, then I will grant it to you. Chapter 453. 454, Yagura. Hayashi faced Yagura's calm and eerily confident stance. In Yagura's hands was a dark staff, slender at one end and thick at the other, with hooked ends and a flower-like decoration on one tip. Anyone who wielded a staff as a primary weapon had to be extremely skilled in close combat. The third Hokage had proven that, as had other masters of taijutsu, and now Hayashi could roughly conclude that Yagura was likewise highly proficient in physical combat. Hayashi was not at full strength, so he chose a defensive technique to lessen the impact of Yagura's assault. Earth Release Hardening Technique, Hayashi murmured, causing a golden earthy aura to cover his body as the earth nature infused his skin just before the coral staff struck with crushing force. Yagura's opening blow aimed straight at Hayashi's chest, blood instantly seeping from the impact point. Hayashi brought up a kunai crackling with lightning released to block, but the staff's material did not conduct electricity, so the lightning did nothing. Worse still, he misjudged the force behind the strike, and while blocking, the staff's momentum pinned his arm against his torso. The staff only stopped inches from penetrating further. Yagura pivoted, gripping the other end of his staff, whipping it toward Hayashi's head with brutal precision. Even with the earth release hardening his body, taking that blow would be catastrophic. Hayashi stepped back just in time, avoiding the strike by a hair, and formed seals with his free hand. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique, he called out, sending a massive fireball toward Yagura's face. Yagura had never seen such extravagant hand seal motions, yet he was clearly at a level far beyond an ordinary ninja. With a smooth motion he spun his staff with flat palms, creating a near-impenetrable block that absorbed the fireball. Fast moves and tremendous strength, powerful offense aimed precisely, and surprisingly adept staff handling. In the blink of an eye, Hayashi had assessed Yagura's fighting style. Before Hayashi could recover from the clash, Yagura flicked his staff and swung again. A massive shockwave burst between them, forcing both fighters to skid across the ground. Hayashi left deep grooves in the earth, and Yagura slid back several meters, his face unreadable. Yagura planted his staff upright, forming hand seals with swift precision. Water arrows shot through the air. Not to be outdone, Hayashi responded with Phoenix Sage Fire technique, launching multiple bowl-sized fireballs. The fireballs collided with the water arrows, producing a massive cloud of scalding steam that filled the battlefield. Through the steam, Yagura kicked his hooked staff into a spinning motion, drawing it horizontally to create a shimmering water mirror. From that mirror stepped another Hayashi. Water mirror technique, Yagura declared. The clone that emerged from the swirling mist required no hesitation from Hayashi. He hurled multiple kunai at awkward angles, but the mirror clone mimicked his throws perfectly, deflecting each one with effortless precision. Hayashi closed in and unleashed a punch powered by powerful chakra augmentation. The clone responded instantly with a strike of equal force. The earth beneath them collapsed in concentric craters under the strain of their power. They exchanged a flurry of rapid blows before Hayashi executed 2 backflips to create distance. He realized this was no simple illusion. The mirror clone copied not just his appearance but parts of his style and physical strength. Yet it could not replicate forbidden techniques or the Sharingan's power. Before he could rest, the clone leapt forward with chakra surging from its feet. Hayashi blocked a kunai with his right hand glowing lightning, but the clone's sweep caught his left arm, launching him through the air. Water Release Vortex Water Blade, Yagura announced. A spinning sphere of water formed on the tip of the staff. It split into 3 massive disc-like water blades that shot toward Hayashi midair like large throwing weapons. The 3 blades converged into one giant torrent centered where Hayashi had been flying. The water blast exploded outward, shattering the earth within a 10-meter radius. Yagura slammed his staff into the ground. "Is it over?" he asked blankly. Just then Hayashi stepped out of the maelstrom of water and mist, soaked but still standing. He spoke quietly to himself. "I cannot afford to drag this out." Himeji was still waiting in the valley. He needed to end this quickly. Given his weakened state, he had no choice but to open the 8 gates. Yagura was not Suikazan Fuguki, whom the 5th gate had been enough to handle. Yagura's strength required more. Hayashi clenched his teeth and summoned chakra to his core. "This next move will be my final strike," he whispered. 8 gate 6th gate of view open, he said, green steam erupting from his body, chakra flaring with intense heat and energy. His veins bulged as he prepared for the surge of speed, strength and pain that came with opening the 6th gate. Send Power Stones for bonus chapters, Patreon =_Zeph chapter 454, 455. Trap 1109 words. Hayashi ignored the flickering aura around him as the water clone lunged forward once more. This time he did not evade, choosing instead to meet it head-on. He could not sustain such intensity for long, and time was not something he had to spare. With less than half a meter between them, Hayashi saw a face identical to his own. It was handsome, eerily familiar, but there was no time to appreciate the sight before Hayashi initiated a sudden burst of speed. His movement disrupted the clone's rhythm. In an instant he appeared behind it, like a black blur. The clone sensed his motion too late. A powerful whip-like kick struck its back so forcefully the water form collapsed into a puddle upon impact. Yagura, who had been shifting to flank Hayashi, halted suddenly. He had witnessed the mirror image vanish in a single strike. Was he surprised or afraid? His expression remained as calm and blank as ever. For Yagura was not truly free in body, but controlled like a puppet by genjutsu. He immediately began forming seals to launch a powerful water-style attack, preparing the water dragon bullet technique. This jutsu molded a massive amount of water into the form of a dragon and directed it at the enemy with crushing force, normally requiring seals, and often a nearby source of water. But Yagura never got the jutsu off in time. Before his 44 seals could be completed, Hayashi had already materialized before him. Hayashi's strike was simple, brutal, and fast, a single, focused hand chop, not even a full lightning technique. His punch drove toward Yagura's chest with precise intent. The strike should have pierced through, but it connected only with Yagura's water clone. Water-style water dragon bullet, Yagura managed to complete, the summoned water attack exploding forward toward Hayashi. But Hayashi vanished in a blur, appearing roughly 10 meters to the side of his opponent. In the darkness of the night, his arms moved so rapidly they sparked from sheer friction, glowing like a blinding incandescent light. The electricity from his movement created dazzling sparks that held an almost hypnotic, dangerous beauty. The incoming water dragon force was formidable. Yagura formed seals and forced massive torrents of water release from his mouth, attempting to create a giant cushion of water to absorb the impact. But before the water could coalesce, a brilliant arc of violet flame burst downward from above, the morning peacock technique unleashed from Hayashi's speed, incinerating the assault before it formed. Scalding bursts of steam echoed as the water evaporated instantly under the onslaught. Moments later, Hayashi landed from midair and looked down at Yagura, unconscious and crumpled in the crater. The threat in front of him had vanished. But this ambush could not possibly end here. Yagura was only a link in a chain of danger. He was neither the first nor the last. Hayashi stood still, unmovable. Silence spread, neither brief nor long, until the very air seemed to stretch. Then the ultimate threat revealed itself. From the darkness, a familiar presence struck without warning, Pakura's father, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been watching from the shadows until his patience snapped. His right eye was shut tight, blood gathering around his left socket and trailing down his cheek like a streak of crimson. Amaterasu, Fugaku whispered, unleashing the inextinguishable black flames with a single glance of his Mangekyo Sharingan. His attack was swift and deadly, the flames would burn anything until completely incinerated. No light, no water, nothing could normally stop its ferocity. Hayashi, exhausted from opening the sixth gate moments earlier, was still covered in dried blood from his battle. Yet the scream Fugaku expected never came. Instead, Hayashi calmly continued walking forward through the black fire. The Amaterasu had failed. Unseen by Fugaku, Hayashi had prepared a contingency. A scroll containing a unique countermeasure had been unfurled and absorbed the black flames, as if they were nothing, just as a whale swallows water. He had anticipated such a trap. The source of further chakra fluctuation was nearby. In his hand now appeared a kunai outfitted with a uniquely inscribed exploding tag, not ordinary, but complex, dense with seal designs unique to the second Hokage's ingenuity. This was the intertwining explosive tags technique, designed to detonate with chaotic unpredictability to buy time. Hayashi's final strike had been a lie up until now. This was truly his last card. A faint smile curved his lips as he hurled the kunai toward the hidden threat, commanding it to detonate. Detonate. The explosion's shockwave blasted behind him. Hayashi brushed away dust from his combat-scarred clothes and, without hesitation, turned his footsteps deeper into the ravine. He did not care if bones were fractured or organs displaced, nothing would stop him. Distance and time meant nothing now. He had reached his destination. A trembling voice called from the shadows. "It's me," Hayashi replied, voice steady and calm, stepping into view. "I've come to take you home." "You shouldn't have come," the voice quavered, now choked with emotion. "This gorge is covered in exploding tags." "Exploding tags? How unfortunate," Hayashi said softly as he approached the trembling figure and crouched beside her. "But I already am here," she whispered through held-back sobs. Hayashi gently lifted her chin, worry and tenderness in his eyes. "Himeji, you have nothing to apologize for. I chose to be here." Her face lifted, eyes rimmed with blood like tears that streamed from her sockets, yet her gaze found his. Hayashi's heart tightened. He lifted her into his arms, and let her rest against his shoulder. "Himeji," he murmured, voice hushed, "you are so beautiful in a way that made me think, when I first faced Yagura, that dying here beside you might not be so bad." A faint smile flickered on her lips, even as tears fell. Beneath them, the vast field of exploding tags, buried by white zetsu and hidden like flitting butterflies, was finally exposed, sheets upon sheets of explosive seals sprawling outward, overwhelming in scale. Hayashi's Sharingan began to spin, his three tomo rotating slowly, then faster, until they formed the classic swirling pattern. He closed one eye, letting fresh blood trickle from the other as he activated Magatsu no Jutsu. Instantly, the white Zetsu guiding the exploding tag detonations outside the gorge collapsed, frozen in place. Hayashi carried Himeji on his back. The tongues of fire from the exploding tags now engulfed them like a visual storm, yet they passed through with no effect, as if the explosions themselves were illusions. Chapter 455, 456, Behind the Flames. 1505 words outside the canyon, in a shadowed corner of the battlefield, Fugaku Uchiha stood silently, his gaze fixed on the raging fire in the distance. The flames illuminated the night sky, flickering violently like a beast refusing to die. Beside him lay a corpse. It was not a real human body, but a clone created through white Zetsu spore technique. This type of clone was very different from ordinary shadow clones. Even if the original body died, these clones would not disappear. In many ways they existed as independent individuals capable of acting on their own. Earlier, it was this white Zetsu clone that had triggered the explosive tags inside the canyon. At the time, Fugaku had been focused on defending himself against the violent chain reaction caused by the mutually multiplying explosive tags. When he finally turned back to observe the situation, the clone was already lying on the ground, completely lifeless. Because of that, Fugaku no longer dared to enter the canyon personally. Instead, he sent another white Zetsu clone underground to investigate the aftermath. 2 minutes passed in silence. Then the ground nearby began to ripple. A pale figure slowly emerged from the earth. It was white Zetsu. The moment his upper body surfaced, he spoke to Fugaku. I checked the canyon. The explosive tags were definitely triggered, but something strange happened. The explosion was only an illusion. It produced no real damage. A phantom. Fugaku frowned slightly. For a moment, he could not imagine what kind of dojutsu could produce such an effect. A trace of unwillingness surfaced in his heart. Today's ambush had been meticulously planned. First, the Yagura Karatachi, the three-tails Jinchuriki, was used to drain Hayashi's sage chakra. Then the crisis involving Hyuga Himeji was carefully staged to force him forward step by step. Everything had been arranged perfectly. The trap led directly into the canyon. At the end waited Fugaku's Mangekyo technique, Amaterasu. Even if Amaterasu failed, the canyon was filled with enough explosive tags to obliterate anything trapped inside. Logically speaking, survival should have been impossible. And yet Hayashi had walked out of that canyon without a single injury, carrying Himeji on his back as if nothing had happened. Fugaku felt an unusual sense of helplessness. If even such a perfect ambush could not kill him, would there ever be another opportunity? White Zetsu tilted his head slightly. Konoha's lightning flash should already be at his limit. Why not use this chance to finish him? Fugaku shook his head slowly. He paused for a moment before continuing. Those eyes are too dangerous. Until we understand what kind of ability his Mangekyo Sharingan possesses, it would be foolish to attack him again. A faint chill crawled across Fugaku's spine, as he remembered the cold gaze Hayashi had given him while walking out of the canyon. If he had been the one to trigger those explosive tags, Fugaku suspected the body lying on the ground would have been his. The unknown was always the most terrifying factor. In the end, even Fugaku had chosen caution. White Zetsu clicked his tongue softly. In that case, we should leave soon. Such a huge disturbance will definitely attract Konoha's ninja. Fugaku nodded slightly. His gaze then shifted toward the unconscious body lying on the ground. It was Yagura. Is he still alive? Fugaku asked. Alive but badly injured, White Zetsu replied casually. He will not be able to fight again for quite some time. Fugaku considered this for a moment. What about the three tails? White Zetsu shrugged. It escaped. The beast realized it wasn't a match for Konoha's lightning flash. When the explosion happened, it used the chaos as cover and immediately dove into the sea. Fugaku fell silent. For a moment he did not know what to say. A tailed beast was supposed to be wild and destructive, attacking anything that provoked it. Yet the Isabu had chosen to flee. It was unexpectedly cautious. "Can you locate it?" Fugaku asked. White Zetsu nodded. "No problem. Other clones are already searching." Fugaku's expression turned serious. "We must move quickly. If the Three Tails escapes the land of water, it will eventually become troublesome. Once its location is confirmed, inform me immediately. I will capture it personally." White Zetsu looked slightly confused. "Are you planning to seal it into the demonic statue of the outer path?" Although the plan required tailed beasts to be sealed into the statue, the order was flexible as long as the Nine Tails was sealed last. Fugaku shook his head. "Sealing a tailed beast into the statue requires too much time, and we lack the manpower right now. For the moment, we will seal it back inside Yagura." He looked down at the unconscious Mizukage. "In this war, Konoha will likely emerge victorious. I need Yagura to remain the Three Tails Jinchuriki so he can help carry out my future plans." White Zetsu nodded slowly. "Understood. Then what about Hyuga Himeji's Byakugan?" At the mention of those eyes, Fugaku became silent again. To him personally, the Byakugan held little value. With White Zetsu's intelligence network, very few secrets in the ninja world could remain hidden from him. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had always viewed the Byakugan with quiet disdain, despite it being known as one of the three great dojutsu. This attitude was especially true for Fugaku, a man who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Still, useless to him did not mean useless altogether. The Kirigakure, the hidden mist village, was never meant to remain under his control forever. Years ago, Yagura had attempted a coup against the third Mizukage. Events like that would inevitably continue happening. Fugaku had no interest in ruling the village permanently. To him, Kirigakure was simply an amusing toy. He manipulated it however he pleased. But one day the toy would slip from his grasp. And when that day came, the devastated hidden mist would desperately seek stability and allies. Among the five great nations, the strongest ally would naturally be Konohagakure. That was something Fugaku did not want to see. He preferred a world where the five great nations remained locked in endless hatred and conflict. After a long moment of thought, a cold smile appeared beneath Fugaku's mask. "Let the hidden mist benefit from this." White Zetsu tilted his head. "What do you mean?" "Find a suitable ninja in the village," Fugaku said calmly. "Have them transplant Himeji's Byakugan." White Zetsu understood immediately. The hidden mist would gain tremendous strategic value from those eyes. But the consequences would be severe. For generations, thanks to the caged bird seal, the Hyuga clan had never allowed their Byakugan to fall into enemy hands. Now the one who had lost her eyes was the young mistress of the clan. How could the Hyuga accept such humiliation? Even if Fugaku eventually lost control of the hidden mist, the village would never willingly return those eyes. As long as those Byakugan remained in Kirigakure, a deep rift would exist between the hidden mist and Konoha. Any alliance would become impossible. If Konoha attempted to retrieve the eyes, conflict would follow. If the Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to act decisively, tension between the Hyuga clan and Konoha's leadership would grow. Either outcome suited Fugaku perfectly. After confirming that no flaws existed in his plan, Fugaku continued. "How is the situation with Nagato?" White Zetsu answered immediately. "The Akatsuki organization continues to expand. Nagato himself is becoming stronger very quickly, but he still cannot fully control the power of the Rinnegan. The true strength of the Rinnegan was not simply mastery over the six chakra natures. Its true power lay in the six paths techniques and the abilities of the outer path. However, Nagato could currently use those techniques only in the most desperate situations." "Too slow," Fugaku muttered impatiently. "Attack the Akatsuki organization a few more times. If necessary, make Hanzo of the Salamander notice them." White Zetsu nodded. He understood the meaning behind those words. Fugaku then added one final order. Continue monitoring Hayashi. I want to know the exact abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Even now, the memory of that gaze made Fugaku's scalp tingle. White Zetsu scratched his head in annoyance. Hayashi has already mastered Sage Mode. If I approach too closely, he will detect me immediately. Fugaku remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. Then wait. He was not in a hurry. Hayashi did not possess the cells of the Hashirama Senju. Without them, the Mangekyo Sharingan would inevitably lead to blindness. Sooner or later, those eyes would lose their light. And when that day came, Fugaku would finally learn everything he needed to know. In the distance, the sounds of approaching ninja forces echoed faintly through the night. Fugaku lifted Yagura onto his shoulder. Then his body slowly rose into the air. Within seconds, he vanished into the darkness of the night sky. If you want to read more, there are up to 100 chapters available on p.com/_zef. Change it to a chapter for 56, for 57. The price of the Byakugan 1488 words with the frontline operation concluded. A detailed battle report from the Land of Water quickly made its way back to Konohagakure. The mission, led by Tsukumo Hatake, had achieved very little strategic advantage. In war, victory and defeat often walk side by side, so this outcome alone was not particularly shocking. However, another piece of news accompanied the report, news that sent shockwaves through the village. Hyuga Himeji had lost her Byakugan. The entire Hyuga clan fell into chaos. For centuries, the Hyuga had maintained a strict and merciless hierarchy between the main branch and the branch families. The system had been enforced without mercy. To protect the clan's most precious bloodline ability, the Byakugan, even the children of the clan head were not exempt from harsh traditions. Many had been marked with the dreaded caged bird seal, and forced into the branch family structure. This cruelty existed for one reason only, to ensure that the Byakugan would never fall into the hands of outsiders. Yet now the impossible had happened. Himeji's loss meant that the Byakugan had slipped beyond the clan's control for the first time in their long history. The Hyuga clan's ruthless internal system demonstrated how fiercely they guarded their bloodline. If an enemy obtained those eyes, they could study the Byakugan and uncover the secrets of the Hyuga's bloodline limit. For the proud Hyuga clan, this was not only humiliation, it was a potential existential threat. The situation was even worse because the one who had lost her eyes was the daughter of the clan leader himself. How could Hyuga Tenku accept such an insult? Had he not been seriously wounded during the Second Great Ninja War, he would have already rushed to the battlefield in the Land of Water himself. Inside the Hokage office building, a high-level meeting was taking place. 3 senior leaders of Konoha had gathered for an emergency discussion. Seated behind his desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stared at the report scroll in his hands. A rare frown appeared on his face as he read through the contents again. The situation had grown far worse than he had expected. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Orochimaru is requesting reinforcements. Sitting nearby, Udatane Koharu immediately shook her head. That is easier said than done. Where exactly are we supposed to find more troops? The idea of fighting for enemies at once sounded impressive in theory, but the reality was far more complicated. From the outside, Konoha still appeared powerful. Internally, however, the village was already stretched to its limits. Hiruzen folded his hands together and thought quietly before responding. Orochimaru is facing several times his number of Sunagakure ninja in the Land of Wind. I have already transferred Jiraiya to the Land of Hot Water. The remaining 2,000 ninja in the village will be sent to reinforce the Land of Wind. Koharu's expression darkened. Think carefully, Hiruzen. If those troops leave as well, the only defense Konoha will have left is the Umbu. Hiruzen sighed heavily. For now, we have no other choice. Konoha was currently facing its most difficult period. On the battlefield in the Land of Wind, Orochimaru was confronting several enemy forces simultaneously. In the Land of Grass, the number of Iwagakure ninja was not overwhelming, but their leader, Anoki, had personally entered the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the land of hot water, the forces of Kumogakure and the Hidden Mist village had formed an alliance, pushing Danzo Shimura and Jiraiya into an extremely dangerous situation. Fortunately, Hayashi and Tsukumo had managed to block the Hidden Mist's sea route toward the land of hot water. Because of this, the Cloud and Mist Alliance could not maintain their offensive pressure for much longer. While the news from the land of water contained some positive elements, Himeji's situation created a new and urgent crisis. You both know what happened to Himeji. What are your thoughts? Hiruzen asked once the council discussion reached that point. The first to respond was Homura Mitokado. His body was wrapped in bandages, almost like a mummy. He had been wounded during the battles in the land of hot water, and had recently returned to the village along with other injured ninja after Jiraiya took over command there. Pressing a hand against his injured cheek, Homura spoke slowly. There are too many suspicious points in this incident. He paused briefly before continuing. According to the report sent by Hayashi, the Yagura Karatachi, the fourth Mizukage, clearly ambushed Himeji to steal her Byakugan. However, two problems remain unresolved. First, the Hidden Mist appeared unusually well informed about our frontline positions. Second, I still cannot understand how the two of them managed to escape. Hiruzen nodded slightly. There is likely a spy involved, but we currently have no clues. As for the escape, the fourth Mizukage fled after realizing he could not defeat Hayashi. Hayashi then rescued Himeji from the ravine. Hiruzen deliberately withheld certain information. He said nothing about Hayashi awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. That secret was too important to reveal even within this meeting. Likewise, he kept silent about the fact that Yagura had been controlled by an outside force. That revelation was far too shocking, and Hiruzen intended to question Hayashi personally once he returned. Koharu spoke again. So what do we do now? At the center of the issue was the Byakugan itself. The Hyuga clan would never accept the idea that their bloodline ability remained outside their control. The stolen eyes either had to be recovered or destroyed. From the village's perspective, the Byakugan was also extremely valuable. On a large battlefield, it functioned as an unparalleled reconnaissance tool. With the Byakugan, a ninja could see through enemy formations and instantly observe every movement on the battlefield. If such an ability fell into enemy hands, it would be like handing them a weapon to use against Konoha itself. The problem was location. The Byakugan had been taken within the land of water. If the Hidden Mist had any sense at all, the eyes were already inside the Hidden Mist village. During peacetime, launching a covert operation to retrieve them might have been possible. But now Konoha was fighting for enemies simultaneously, and the war situation was already collapsing. There were simply no available ninja to send on such a mission. After a long silence, Homura finally spoke the conclusion that no one wanted to hear. Tsukumo's attack on the land of water achieved little. However, the fourth Mizukage has been seriously injured. This is the best opportunity to strike their supply depots. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the Byakugan, we must temporarily abandon the attempt to recover it. Hiruzen remained silent. He understood exactly what Homura meant. If Tsukumo and Hayashi took advantage of the current opening and attacked the Hidden Mist's supply network, the overall war situation could improve dramatically. Cutting that logistical support could relieve pressure across multiple battlefields. For the sake of ultimate victory, even sacrificing a pair of Byakugan might be necessary. Yet another question lingered in his mind. What about the Hyuga clan? They had contributed greatly to the war effort. They deserved an answer. Homura continued. Hiruzen, once the war is won, we can demand the return of the Byakugan during peace negotiations. Koharu sighed quietly. His words sounded logical, but she knew it was nothing more than comforting self-deception. Even if Konoha won the war, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. The situation might resemble the aftermath of the First Great Ninja War, when Konoha emerged victorious, but lacked the strength to enforce meaningful reparations. If the Hidden Mist village refused to return the Byakugan after the war ended, what could Konoha realistically do? Koharu doubted there would be any effective response. Still, from a purely strategic perspective, Hamura's suggestion was the most rational option available. It simply meant that the Hyuga clan would have to bear the cost. After a long period of contemplation, Hiruzen finally made his decision. "I have made up my mind." His voice was calm but firm. "Sakuma will send a team to attempt the retrieval of the Byakugan. If they succeed, the matter is resolved. If they fail, we abandon the mission." He paused briefly before continuing. "I will personally speak with the Hyuga clan. The greater good of the village must come first." Koharu raised another concern. "What about Hayashi? You understand the relationship between him and Himeji." Hiruzen was silent for a moment before answering. "Send him a letter. Hayashi will understand the village's difficulties and our intentions." Koharu let out a short snort. "Then you write it yourself." "I have no intention of doing that." She stood up immediately and walked out of the room. The door closed behind her with a soft sound, leaving Hiruzen and Hamura sitting in silence. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Chapter 457, 458, Price of War 1176 words. With the frontline operation concluded, the battle report from the Land of Water was swiftly delivered back to the village. This time, the unit led by Hitaki Sakumo had gained little ground. In war, victory and defeat often walk side by side, so this result was not entirely unexpected. However, alongside the report came far more troubling news: Himeji Hyuga had lost her Byakugan. The Hyuga clan was thrown into complete turmoil. For generations, the Hyuga had upheld a strict and merciless hierarchy between the main and branch families. To preserve this system, even the clan head's own children could be branded with the caged bird seal and forced into the branch family. All of this cruelty existed for one reason: to prevent the Byakugan from ever falling into outside hands. Now, that very fear had become reality. Himeji's loss meant the Byakugan had slipped beyond their control, something unprecedented in the clan's long history. Considering how ruthlessly the Hyuga protected their bloodline, it was easy to imagine their reaction. If the enemy learned the secrets of the Byakugan, they could potentially unravel the clan's entire bloodline ability. To the proud Hyuga, this was not only a humiliation, it was a direct threat to their survival. What made matters worse was that the stolen eyes belonged to the daughter of the clan head himself. How could Hyuga Tenku endure such an insult? If not for the severe injuries he had sustained during the Second Great Ninja War, he would have already rushed to the front lines in the Land of Water. Inside the Hokage office building, a council of 3 had gathered. Seated behind his desk, the Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the scroll in his hands, his expression unusually grim. The situation had clearly worsened beyond expectations. After a long silence, he spoke. "Orochimaru has requested reinforcements." Beside him, Udatane Koharu shook her head. "That is easier said than done. Where can we even find more troops?" On paper, fighting against 4 enemies at once sounded impressive. In reality, it placed immense strain on the village. Konoha appeared strong on the surface, but its resources were stretched dangerously thin. Hiruzen folded his hands and spoke again after a pause. "Orochimaru is facing forces several times larger than his own in the Land of Wind. I have already reassigned Jiraiya to the Land of Hot Springs. The remaining 2,000 ninja in the village will be sent to reinforce the Land of Wind." Koharu's expression darkened further. "Think carefully, Hiruzen. If those forces are deployed, only the Umbu will remain to defend Konoha." Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh. "At this point, we have no other choice." Konoha had reached its most desperate moment. In the Land of Wind, Orochimaru was overwhelmed by multiple enemy forces. In the Land of Grass, Inoki had personally taken the field. Meanwhile, in the Land of Hot Springs, both Kumogakure and Kirigakure had formed an alliance, pushing Danzo Shimura and Jiraiya to their limits. Fortunately, Hayashi and Tsukumo had successfully cut off the mist's reinforcements by sealing their sea route to the land of hot springs. Because of this, the alliance between the cloud and mist could not hold out for much longer. However, even with this advantage, the matter of Himeji's Byakugan demanded immediate attention. You both know about Himeji. What are your thoughts? Hiruzen asked. Hamura Mitokado spoke first. His body was still heavily bandaged, the result of injuries sustained in the land of hot springs. He had been forced to withdraw along with other wounded ninja after Jiraiya's reassignment. From Hayashi's report, it is clear that the Yagura ambushed Himeji to steal her Byakugan. However, two issues remain unclear. He pressed a hand against his injured cheek before continuing. First, the enemy seemed unusually well informed about our troop movements. Second, I still cannot understand how the two of them managed to escape. Hiruzen replied calmly. There is likely a spy, but we have no leads. As for their escape, the fourth Mizukage retreated after realizing he was outmatched, and Hayashi rescued Himeji from the ravine. He deliberately withheld critical details. Hayashi's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan was far too sensitive to reveal. Likewise, the fact that Yagura had been under external control was something he chose to keep secret for now. So what should we do next? Koharu asked. At the heart of the issue was the Byakugan itself. The Hyuga clan would never allow their bloodline to remain in enemy hands. The eyes had to be recovered or destroyed. For Konoha, the Byakugan was an invaluable reconnaissance ability, capable of seeing through enemy formations and tracking every movement across the battlefield. If the enemy gained full access to it, it would be like handing them a weapon against the village itself. However, the Byakugan had been taken in the land of water. By now, it was almost certainly within Kirigakure. Under normal circumstances, a retrieval mission might be possible. But with Konoha engaged on multiple fronts, no forces could be spared. After a long silence, Hamura finally spoke. Although Tsukumo's assault on the land of water achieved little, the fourth Mizukage is now seriously wounded. This is the perfect opportunity to strike their supply lines. As for the Byakugan, we may have to abandon it for now. Hiruzen remained silent. He understood the logic behind those words. If Hayashi and Tsukumo seize this opportunity to cripple the mist supply chain, the overall situation of the war could improve significantly. From a strategic perspective, even sacrificing a pair of Byakugan might be justified. But what about the Hyuga clan? They had already sacrificed so much for the war. They deserved an answer. Hamura continued. Hiruzen, once the war is over, we can demand the return of the Byakugan through a peace treaty. Koharu let out a quiet sigh. It sounded reasonable, but it was nothing more than wishful thinking. Even if Konoha achieved victory, it would likely come at a devastating cost, much like the First Great Ninja War, where victory existed in name, but the village lacked the strength to enforce its demands. Would the Hidden Mist truly return the Byakugan after the war? Koharu did not believe so. Still, from a purely strategic standpoint, Hamura's proposal was the most rational, even if it meant wronging the Hyuga clan. After a long period of contemplation, Hiruzen finally made his decision. I have reached a conclusion. Tsukumo will send a team to retrieve the Byakugan. If they fail, the mission will be abandoned. I will personally handle the Hyuga clan. The greater good must come first. Koharu glanced at him. And Hayashi? You are aware of his connection to Himeji. After a brief pause, Hiruzen replied. Send him a message. Hayashi will understand the village's situation. Koharu let out a cold snort. Then write it yourself. I will not. She stood and left without another word, the door closing behind her. The room fell into silence, leaving the two remaining elders staring at each other. Patreon =_Zeph. Chapter 458, 459, Magatsukami 1192 words compared to the unrest within Konohagakure, the front lines in the land of water were unusually quiet. This silence came at a cost. After several large-scale battles fought in succession, both sides had suffered heavy casualties, and were forced into a temporary lull to recover. However, at this stage of the war, such fragile peace would never last. After returning from the battlefield, Hayashi's injuries were swiftly treated by Nono. Yet the moment he recovered, he handed over all command responsibilities to Hatake Tsukumo and Shikumo, showing no intention of resuming leadership himself. Both of them understood his decision without question. In this rare moment of quiet, aside from remaining at Himeji's side, Hayashi spent most of his time along the coast of the Land of Waves, gazing out at the endless sea. Beyond that horizon lay Kirigakure. The incident with Himeji had left a deep impression on him. For a long time, he had believed he could protect everyone important to him. Now, reality had proven otherwise. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara had failed to do so. Death had always been a constant presence. Tsunade once said that the battlefield could change in an instant, that life and death were beyond anyone's control. There were no second chances. If you died, you died. It sounded simple when spoken aloud. But could Tsunade herself truly accept it so easily? If she could, she would not have developed hemophobia, nor would she have abandoned the village for years in the original timeline. No one could truly remain indifferent. Even Hayashi, who had long grown accustomed to death, could not become completely numb. That was why, in the instant the explosive tag ignited, he awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan and gained a new ocular ability, Magatsukami. An ability capable of interfering with fate itself. The sea breeze brushed through his hair as he stood there in silence, until he sensed someone approaching from behind. It was Tsukumo. Hayashi. I'm sorry, Tsukumo said quietly. The apology needed no further explanation. He had been the one to plan the Land of Water operation. He had underestimated the enemy, and allowed Himeji to fall into an ambush. Hayashi shook his head slightly. This isn't your fault, big brother Tsukumo. And it truly was not. From the moment he saw the black flames of Amaterasu, he understood that the attack had been aimed at him from the very beginning. He had already spent time analyzing the mastermind behind it all. Although he did not know the exact ability of Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, he did know that Madara's Rinnegan now resided in Nagato. Which meant the attacker possessed a different pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. More importantly, the enemy had managed to control the hidden mist and even manipulate the Yagura. That alone proved one thing. Madara was already dead, and someone else had inherited his will. Uchiha Obito was still just a child, so it could not be him. This deviation could only be described as a butterfly effect. However, Hayashi had already grown used to such changes. Too many things had diverged from the original timeline. Nawaki should have died but had survived. The third Kazekage should have perished but had not. Even the third Great Ninja War had begun earlier than expected. In comparison, Madara choosing a different successor was not surprising. Turning his thoughts toward the Uchiha clan, Hayashi began narrowing down the possibilities. Over the years, many Uchiha had died, but only a few bore deep grudges against him. At present, one person stood out. The young clan head who had once been presumed dead but later returned, Uchiha Fugaku. Could it be him? Looking back, Fugaku's disappearance and the death of Uchiha Yama did form a suspicious pattern. As for why Fugaku had an alibi during the attack, remaining in camp with numerous witnesses, Hayashi already had an answer. The transformation technique. But not an ordinary one. A white zetsu could absorb a person's chakra and replicate it perfectly. Once transformed, even the Byakugan could not distinguish the fake from the original. In the original story, only Naruto, aided by the Nine Tails, could sense the difference. Piece by piece, like unraveling a tangled thread, Hayashi reached his conclusion. The mastermind was most likely Fugaku. Of course, this deduction relied heavily on knowledge only he possessed. Even so, knowing the truth did not change his current situation. The Fugaku in the camp was likely just a white zetsu clone. Exposing it now would only alert the enemy. It was better to leave it as it was. An enemy in plain sight was far less dangerous than one hidden in the shadows. Seeing Hayashi lost in thought, Tsukumo said nothing and simply sat down beside him. The guilt in his heart remained heavy. Not just for Himeji, but for the many losses suffered under his command. After a long silence, Tsukumo finally spoke. "Did you read the Sandame's letter?" Hayashi nodded. In truth, he had received more than one letter. Orochimaru had suggested that Nono could summon Tsunade to perform an eye transplant for Himeji. Kohara's letter was far more detailed, touching on trivial matters before asking whether Himeji should be sent back to the village. Only Hiruzen's message had been carefully worded, urging him to consider the greater good. Strangely, that brought Hayashi a sense of relief. Not because he agreed with it, but because he understood it. As the Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had to prioritize the entire village. Everyone stood in a different position and made decisions accordingly. Hayashi could not resent him for that. But neither could he follow that decision. He would not abandon Himeji's eyes for the sake of strategy. Revenge, was that not the nature of the Uchiha? Looking at Tsukumo, Hayashi spoke calmly. "Big brother Tsukumo, do you remember the question I asked you before?" Tsukumo nodded. "If a teammate is injured during a critical mission, do you continue the mission or abandon it to save them?" It was a choice between logic and emotion. At the time, Tsukumo had chosen to save his comrade. Which meant Hayashi's answer was already clear. After a moment, Tsukumo let out a quiet sigh. "In that case, I won't stop you from going to Kirigakure. Make sure you come back alive." Hayashi intended to infiltrate the hidden mist village alone, retrieve Himeji's Byakugan, and strike back at the enemy in the process. A reckless decision. If he failed, Konoha would lose one of its strongest fighters and a key commander. The front line would not collapse immediately, but it would become nearly impossible to sustain. The war would fall into a prolonged stalemate. But if he succeeded, the outcome would be just as decisive. Konoha could become the first to defeat one of the 5 great nations, completely shifting the balance of the war. It was a gamble with everything at stake. Hiruzen would never approve of such a risk. Yet this time, Hayashi could only go against his wishes. Tsukumo said nothing more. He simply stared out at the distant sea, toward Kirigakure. Chapter 459, 460, Preparations, leave 2 reviews to get the next chapter today. Tsukumo arrived and just as quickly, he left. Their conversation was brief, with many things left unsaid, understood without the need for words. Before departing, however, Tsukumo gave Hayashi a mission, retrieve the Byakugan. For one commander to assign a mission to another sounded unusual, even inappropriate, but under the current circumstances, it was the only choice Tsukumo had. The letter from Hiruzen Sarutobi had been clear. They were to abandon the Byakugan, maintain the blockade toward the land of hot springs, and prepare for a full offensive against the land of water. It was not a suggestion. It was an order. Everything from the command center had to align with that directive. Yet at this critical moment, Hayashi, one of Konoha's commanders, intended to head alone toward Kirigakure. Whether his goal was to retrieve the Byakugan, or to strike at the hidden mist, either path was dangerously reckless. It went directly against the Hokage's command. If one had to describe it, it was like dragging heavy artillery into a battlefield for the sake of personal resolve, ignoring the larger strategy. By assigning the mission himself, Tsukumo was shouldering part of that responsibility. If anything went wrong, it would not fall entirely on Hayashi. The burden would be shared. Tsukumo might not have been politically sharp, but as a comrade, as a leader, and as a shinobi, he was someone worthy of absolute trust. And yet, a man like him, praised alongside the Sannin, would one day fall to rumors and pressure. That thought lingered heavily. It revealed something unsettling beneath the surface of the village. Even a place as grand as Konoha carried shadows beneath its brilliance. No matter how strong it appeared, decay often began quietly from within. After standing by the sea for a while, Hayashi pulled out a blank scroll from his ninja pouch and began to draw precise markings across it. He was preparing. Facing an entire hidden village alone was not something to take lightly. Even with stealth, detection was inevitable. Without proper preparation, failure would come swiftly. He needed something reliable. Something powerful that would not drain his chakra in battle. Sealing techniques provided that solution. Through them, ninjutsu could be stored within scrolls, released instantly when needed. Whether elemental techniques or even forbidden jutsu, they could all be sealed and unleashed at the perfect moment. In battle, a single throw could turn the tide. The concept was simple, overwhelming force delivered instantly. It was proof of a straightforward truth: mastery of sealing techniques could elevate a shinobi beyond ordinary limits. However, such methods were not widely used. The reasons were clear. First, powerful techniques required skilled users to create them. High-level ninjutsu were typically known only to jonin, limiting access from the start. Second, sealing techniques themselves demanded expertise. Few possessed both the skill to perform advanced ninjutsu and the knowledge to seal them properly. Even within Konoha, such individuals were rare. For most shinobi, this path remained out of reach. Even for those capable of creating these scrolls, there were drawbacks. The scrolls were large, inconvenient, and difficult to carry in large numbers during combat. For a close combat fighter like Hayashi, this posed a serious limitation. Still, he found a way around it. Rather than carrying them directly, he would store the prepared scrolls within summoned snakes. When needed, he could retrieve them instantly using the hidden shadow snake hands technique, turning them into unexpected weapons in the middle of battle. It was efficient. And deadly. The process of creating these scrolls was not easy. It consumed both chakra and stamina, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted over the past few days. Even so, he continued. By the end, he had created more than a dozen scrolls, each containing high-level techniques. Though the seals were temporary and would not last forever, they would endure long enough for the mission ahead. That was all he needed. As he worked, he failed to notice someone approaching. "Hayashi, there's a letter for you from the land of hot springs. I brought it here." The voice was gentle. Turning slightly, he saw Mikoto Uchiha seated nearby. "A letter," he replied, taking it without hesitation. He opened it and quickly recognized the handwriting. It was from Minato Namikaze. Minato had already moved to the land of hot springs alongside Jiraiya. In the letter, he asked about Himeji's condition and briefly described the situation on the battlefield. At the end, he included several questions regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. After reading, Hayashi held the letter between his fingers. A small flame flickered to life, reducing it to ash in seconds. He let the remains scatter into the wind. "Minato will master the Flying Thunder God technique soon," he said quietly. The questions he asked go straight to the core of it. "He really is a genius." Mikoto said nothing. She simply watched him. For years, her gaze had followed him, from the time they were children until now. What once was a girl watching a boy had become a young woman watching a man. There was a quiet warmth in her eyes. If time could remain like this forever, she thought, it would be enough. "I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment, one bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 460, 461, The Secrets of the Mangekyo. The seawater stretched endlessly, a mesmerizing shade of azure, its gentle waves brushing softly against the shore. After finishing his reply to Minato, Hayashi noticed Mikoto looking quietly troubled from the corner of his eye. He stretched, letting out a soft chuckle. "Don't worry, I won't die on this mission to Kirigakure." The last battle was harsh, but the results were significant. As he spoke, his 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin slowly, the tomo aligning to form intricate patterns. "This is..." Mikoto's eyes widened in awe. "That's right. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan I mentioned before. With a few more rotations, Hayashi pulled Mikoto into a genjutsu space. The activation of the Mangekyo amplified his genjutsu to unprecedented levels. Though the dojutsu itself wasn't specifically a genjutsu skill, its power now made his illusions impossible for ordinary ninja to resist. The purpose was not to impress, but to ensure their conversation remained private. White Zetsu or any eavesdropper could not interfere. Inside the illusion, Hayashi displayed the events of the day in perfect detail, stopping the moment the exploding tag detonated. As I said, the three-tomo Sharingan is not the final form, he explained. Beyond it lies the Mangekyo Sharingan, far more powerful. He continued, with the Mangekyo, each eye can wield two distinct dojutsu. Take the black flames you just saw, called Amaterasu. These are Mangekyo abilities that will not vanish until their target is completely destroyed. Hayashi paused, then added, my eyes hold a similar power. Both left and right are called Magutsukami. It was common for two eyes to share a dojutsu name. Obito and Shursui were examples. Yet identical names could mean very different effects. With Kamui, Hayashi explained, Kakashi can warp objects with insight into another dimension, while Obito must touch or approach his target to do the same. He can even phase parts of his body, or his entire body through attacks. Combat styles differ entirely. His own Mangekyo worked similarly in concept but with unique precision. The left eye targets enemies. Magutsukami can manipulate karma, allowing my attacks to strike first, while rewriting events so it appears the enemy never attacked. That's why the exploding tag seemed to fail. The clone's action was undone retroactively. Hayashi's gaze grew serious. The effect is similar to the reverse light sword, but not an instant kill. The power of the attack is tied to the opponent's technique. A Rasengan, for instance, will carry the same strength, a great fireball will match its intensity. Against exceptionally durable opponents, like the third Raikage, the effect is reduced. But generally, it is unavoidable, almost conceptual in nature. However, he continued, like Amaterasu, which is known as a world-consuming flame yet can be blocked by sand or a tailed beast cloak, Magutsukami is powerful but not invincible. Its first kill was only a white Zetsu clone. Essentially, it often counters attacks indirectly. If the enemy strikes with a clone, only the clone is affected. It is both a blessing and a limitation. He explained the right eye's function. The right eye can reverse conditions upon myself. I can revert my body to a previous state, though the farther back, the more dojutsu power it consumes. Extreme reversals risk permanent blindness. Currently, I can only revert up to 10 minutes prior. Both eyes have cooldowns and cannot be used continuously. Mikoto considered this carefully. After a moment, she asked, you said Amaterasu is a Mangekyo dojutsu. The one who attacked you must be from the Uchiha clan. Who could it be? Hayashi answered honestly, I suspect Uchiha Fugaku. Mikoto's eyes widened. How is that possible? The current Fugaku is weakened, decadent after multiple setbacks. How could he awaken the Mangekyo? There's a chance the Mangekyo awakens upon witnessing the death of a loved one. His father, Uchiha Yama, died by my hand, and Fugaku must have been nearby. Seeing Mikoto's lingering confusion, Hayashi explained softly, Fugaku's father's death wasn't a simple matter, it was part of a larger conspiracy. He began his narrative. Long ago, in a remote corner of the world, a towering sky tree grew. Its magnificence was revered, considered miraculous, and people believed a deity resided within. Gradually, it became known as the Divine Tree. From Kaguya to the events surrounding Madara, Hayashi recounted the history, omitting only what could not yet be explained. I will tell you how I know all this later, he said, but not now. The matter of transmigration is too complex to explain yet. Mikoto nodded quietly. If you don't want to say, I won't push. I believe you. That is enough, Hayashi replied, gently holding her hand. I told you this so you would understand, and also to explain why I must go to Kirigakure to retrieve Himeji's Byakugan. They plan to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Dangerous as it is, it has immense potential. I needed to accomplish goals that could change the ninja world completely and bring lasting peace. After much thought, this is the path I've chosen. But first, Kagaya must be defeated. My strength alone may not suffice, this requires all of us together. Himeji's eyes could evolve into the Tensigan, but transplanting someone else's might fail. That's why I must retrieve her eyes myself. It is necessary for what lies ahead. Mikoto remained silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. You must return safely, Hayashi. Chapter 461, 462, A Silent Infiltration. 1073 words in Konoha, May of the 38th year, on a quiet morning, Hayashi left the land of waves without saying goodbye to anyone. Dabai followed closely behind him as the two departed in silence. This time, Hayashi's infiltration into Kirigakure had two clear objectives. The first was to retrieve Himeji's Byakugan. The second was to strike at Kirigakure itself. Ordinarily, shinobi who entertained thoughts of attacking another hidden village rarely met good ends. Even Orochimaru, one of the few who survived such actions, had paid a heavy price before managing to continue his path. Hayashi had no intention of dying. Fortunately, Kirigakure was currently in a state where its strength was stretched thin. Unlike Konoha, which often lacked numbers among its general forces, Kirigakure's issue lay in its shortage of top-tier combat power. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had been severely injured and was unable to recover anytime soon. Uchiha Fugaku, hidden in the shadows, could not act without exposing himself. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, 2 had already been confirmed dead. The remaining 5 were deployed on the front lines, leaving the village further weakened. The once powerful bloodline clans of Kirigakure had also declined. In recent years, many of their strongest members had been eliminated. Those who remained with any significant strength had been sent to the battlefield. With this in mind, Hayashi realized that the situation he would face was far more manageable than the one Orochimaru encountered during his invasion of Konoha. That understanding gave him confidence. A few days later, within Kirigakure village. Since the war began, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere had settled over the village. Still, life continued. After years of tension, the villagers had gradually grown accustomed to it, and the streets had regained a faint sense of activity. On one such street, a delicate little girl walked along in a kimono. Beside her was a woman in her 20s, dressed as a jonin, clearly acting as her bodyguard. A child guarded by a jonin was no ordinary civilian. The girl was Terumi Mei, daughter of Terumi Kuwu, one of Kirigakure's frontline commanders and a figure of considerable influence. At this time, Terumi Mei was only 5 or 6 years old, having spent just a year at the Ninja Academy. She had turquoise eyes and brown hair styled in soft curls, with one eye partially covered. Her clothing already resembled her future style, though her young age gave her an innocent charm rather than the elegance she would later possess. From an early age, she had shown remarkable talent, possessing 3 chakra natures, water, fire, and earth. As she grew, she awakened to Kekii Genkai, lava release and boil release. Kekii Genkai were rare in themselves, but possessing 2 was almost unheard of. Only exceptional figures like the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, who wielded a Kekii Toda, stood at a comparable level of rarity. Upon discovering this, Terumi Ku immediately sealed the information, ordering strict silence from anyone who knew. He also forbade Mei from using her abilities in front of outsiders. Genius children often became targets. He refused to let his daughter fall before she could reach her potential. It was also this discovery that led him to abandon any thoughts of supporting a coup alongside Yagura. When people see hope, they often choose patience over risk. In his eyes, as long as Mei grew safely, she would one day become Mizukage. Compared to that, rebellion was unnecessary. On the street, Mei walked in silence, puffing her cheeks in clear frustration. Today was her birthday, yet the gift her father had promised had not arrived. To make matters worse, She had been mocked at the academy by a boy with a shark-like face. It was no surprise she was upset. If I used lava release or boil release, he would not stand a chance, May muttered, kicking a small stone aside. One day, I will deal with that shark face. May-sama, you remember the clan head's orders, don't you? The woman beside her said with a gentle smile. Do not mention my father, May replied, clearly annoyed. He forgot my birthday. I will not forgive him. The woman shook her head lightly. The clan head is leading forces on the front lines. He is likely overwhelmed. It may not have been intentional. May understood that, but she still sighed, placing her hands behind her back. Sister Adu, when do you think this war will end? Adu looked at her and smiled, gently patting her head. Soon, hopefully. And if not, perhaps you will end it yourself one day. May immediately pulled away, grabbing her hair and frowning. How many times have I told you not to touch my head? I am not a child. You are 5 years old, Adu replied with a soft laugh. Do not call me a child, May said, raising her fist in protest. That is unacceptable. Then, with a mischievous grin, she added, also, Sister Adu, you are already in your 20s and still do not have a boyfriend. Be careful, or you will stay single forever. Adu responded by lightly tapping May's head. That technique works better on you than on me. May made a face and ran ahead, her mood slightly improved. Adu followed closely behind. After a short while, they arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Even under strict policies, Kirigakure still maintained such establishments. Life, after all, had to continue. This was where May's small birthday celebration was meant to take place. As they began eating, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Adu's expression immediately changed. As a shinobi, her instincts took over. She set down her chopsticks and drew a kunai. The two stepped outside. In the distance, toward the northeast of the village, a cloud of dust rose into the air. An attack? May asked, her voice tense. It seems so, Adu replied, her tone serious. Should we go help? Adu glanced at May before shaking her head. My priority is you. The village can endure damage, but you must remain safe. Without hesitation, she placed a hand on May's shoulder and used the body flicker technique, moving swiftly toward the clan compound. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 462, 463. Alarm 1097. Words. In the land of water, beside a quiet lake, a pale figure suddenly rose from the ground. The white Zetsu clone glanced across the still surface of the lake before shifting its gaze toward a young shinobi resting nearby with his eyes closed. Fugaku, something has happened in Kirigakure. The man did not open his eyes. His voice remained calm. Which clan is causing trouble this time? It had only been 2 years since Yagura became the 4th Mizukage, and his authority had yet to match that of his predecessor. As the war dragged on and conditions worsened, dissatisfaction in the hidden mist had begun to grow. While the surface remained calm, discontent spread quietly beneath it. Some shinobi had already begun forming small groups, planning to neglect their duties or act in secret. Fugaku had dealt with several such groups already. To him, this kind of unrest was nothing new. But the white Zetsu clone shook its head. It is not them. It is Konoha's lightning flash. He has appeared inside Kirigakure. Fugaku's eyes snapped open. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the white Zetsu. Is he alone? So far, yes. Only one has been detected. Fugaku frowned. That Hayashi would dare to infiltrate Kirigakure alone was unexpected, but that was not the main issue. The real problem was that Fugaku himself was not in the village. Earlier, the Three Tails Jinchuriki had gone out of control, exhausting Hayashi's Sage Mode chakra in the process. Taking advantage of the chaos, Isabu had escaped. Only recently had White Zetsu located the Three Tails again, hiding in this very lake. Fugaku had come here to seal it. At such a critical moment, this news arrived. Weren't you watching the Land of Waves? He left and you did not notice. Fugaku asked, his tone turning colder. White Zetsu looked wronged. Its clones were already spread across key locations. It was impossible to monitor every corner of the shinobi world. Besides, Hayashi had clearly taken precautions. The number of sensor-type ninja around him had increased, making it nearly impossible to approach. When he appeared earlier that morning, it was likely only a shadow clone. The real body had already slipped away unnoticed. He was far too cautious. Fugaku exhaled slowly and suppressed his irritation. Blame would solve nothing now. What mattered was how to respond. The situation was troublesome. He did not possess space-time ninjutsu. By the time he returned to Kirigakure, Hayashi would likely already be gone. Even if he arrived in time, what could he do? Yagura was still recovering and unable to fight at full strength. Fugaku himself could not openly act without exposing his own position. Until he fully understood Hayashi's abilities, he had no intention of revealing himself. But ignoring the situation was not an option either. Hayashi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Combined with Sage Mode, his strength was already at a dangerous level. Given Kirigakure's current defenses, it was uncertain whether anyone could truly stop him. More importantly, there was the Six Tails Jinchuriki. If Hayashi reached the Jinchuriki and released the Six Tails, the consequences would be catastrophic. With his sealing techniques and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was entirely possible. Fugaku did not care if Kirigakure suffered damage, but not now. If the village collapsed at this point, it would be forced to withdraw from the war. That outcome would benefit Konoha, not him. That was unacceptable. Relocate the Six Tails Jinchuriki immediately, Fugaku ordered. He must not be found. Also, mobilize the village forces. Stop him at all costs. He did not mention the Byakugan. Compared to the Six Tails, it was insignificant. If Hayashi left after retrieving it, Fugaku could tolerate that outcome. At that moment, far away in Kirigakure, the problem Fugaku spoke of had already encountered trouble. Hayashi had intended to infiltrate quietly, avoiding attention. However, the moment he emerged from the belly of a summoned snake, he came face to face with a Kirigakure shinobi. For a brief second, both froze. The reaction was immediate. The Kirigakure ninja reached for a signal flare. Hayashi's luck had clearly run out. He had been inside the village for only a moment before being discovered. In truth, even without this encounter, he would not have remained hidden for long. A layer of chakra-infused mist surrounded the village, acting as a detection field for intruders. The instant the flare was raised, Hayashi moved. Using the body flicker technique, he appeared beside the enemy and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The shinobi barely managed to raise his arm in defense before being sent flying backward, his body crashing away like a launched projectile. Despite being exposed, Hayashi did not rush. Instead, he calmly observed his surroundings. This was his first time entering another hidden village. Through the thin mist, he could make out tall, cylindrical buildings, reinforced with stone walls. The structure of the village immediately stood out to him. A heavily fortified layout, he murmured. A shinobi village existed for war. Its design reflected that purpose. While each village differed, all emphasized defense. Among the 5 great nations, only Konoha lacked natural barriers, built instead on open land. In the past, Konoha had relied on overwhelming individual strength to compensate. Kirigakure had taken a different approach. Nestled among rugged terrain, the village was constructed along the base of surrounding mountains. Thick walls encircled key areas, and the main entrance was a massive culvert. Defensive barriers layered over one another formed the true protection, with barrier ninjutsu integrated throughout. Within the village, the mist itself served as an additional layer of surveillance. As it turned out, it worked well. Sensing multiple shinobi converging in the distance, Hayashi stopped observing and began forming hand seals. 5 shadow clones appeared beside him. He looked at them and gave his orders. Split into 3 groups. 1 will head to the hospital and retrieve Himeji's Byakugan. Another will locate the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. The remaining 3 will create chaos and draw attention toward the Mizuki's office. Understood. With several sharp bursts of movement, the clones dispersed. 4 of them would act as decoys, covering the one retrieving the Byakugan. At the same time, Hayashi himself would serve as the main distraction, heading straight for the Mizuki's office to apply pressure. As the Kirigakure forces gathered, Hayashi felt a trace of amusement. Before coming here, he had even considered wearing a black cloak with red clouds. In the end, he gave up on the idea. He simply was not interested in painting his nails. Chapter 463, 464. The mist shattered by lightning. The hidden mist village had always been isolated from the world, an island nation separated by an endless ocean. Its wars rarely touched the village itself. Past conflicts kept the battle far from its shores. The only time danger truly reached them was during the First Great Ninja War, when the Second Mizuki and the Second Tsuchikage clashed. Their battle was so fierce it affected not only the mist, but several islands across the land of water. But this night was different. The village had never faced anything on this scale before. Being geographically close to Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village, occasional strife was understandable. But Iwagakure, across vast lands, that hatred ran deep, so deep that both leaders had fallen together in a historic clash no one forgot. Many whispered tales of a bond twisted into enmity, maybe even love turned to hatred. Yet no secret from centuries past mattered now. Not for Hayashi. His purpose was clear. He would destroy the hidden mist village. His steps were calm and deliberate. With every tap of his ninja sandals against the stone path, he closed the distance deeper into the base. Mist curled around him like quiet smoke. From within that white fog, another shinobi emerged. This one wore the armor and bearing of a high-ranking jonin, and the pale skin and flowing fluid movements marked him as a member of the Hozuki clan. Without hesitation, the Hozuki jonin formed hand seals. With a roar of chakra, several shimmering streams of water shot forward like arrows. Hayashi reacted instantly. With a burst of chakra at his feet, he leapt forward, spinning lightly to evade the deadly water release. As he landed, his left leg shot out like a whip, delivering a sharp downward kick directly to the opponent's neck. There was a muffled sound as the jonin fell, collapsing headfirst onto the stone. The Hozuki clan was famed for the water transformation technique, able to turn flesh into fluid and reform elsewhere. No exception here. The jonin melted into a pool of water and reformed a short distance away, using the water he had fired to fuel his movement. But Hayashi was already upon him, flickering forward in a blink. The next moment his foot connected solidly with the jonin's abdomen. The Hozuki shinobi tried to block, arms raised, but the blow flung him back like a cannonball. He smashed through tree branches and landed harshly, clutching at the ground as dust rose around him. His sleeve hid the injury, yet the swelling and pain were clear. At that moment, other mist shinobi rushed toward the clash, faces filled with shock. From where he lay, Hozuki Mitsuki raised his arm and barked orders in a grave voice, "Jonin, stay here. Chunin and Genin, get out of here. Go warn the others and tell them the lightning flash of Konoha has invaded." Hayashi's name was spoken in fear throughout the mist village. Known as the lightning flash of Konoha, he had become a commander before age 20. No one doubted his strength. Facing such a foe, lower-ranked shinobi would die instantly, accomplishing nothing. The Chunin and Genin scattered immediately, desperate to alert their comrades. Then from the buildings to the left came a thunderous crash. A massive serpent burst into view, its flicking tail sending houses collapsing under clouds of dust. The fleeing villagers screamed in terror. The snake was Manda. Under normal circumstances, Hayashi never bothered to summon the giant snake. Manda was notoriously cruel and temperamental, loyal only to Orochimaru and himself. But here in the Hidden Mist Village, his ruthless nature was exactly what Hayashi wanted. A terrifying monster rampaging through the buildings would draw attention and hatred away from the invading forces. Hozuki Mitsuki's jaw tightened as Manda laid waste to structures. There was no time to mourn destruction, so he motioned to his subordinates to handle the chaos while his eyes tracked Hayashi's position. From his scroll he drew a greatsword larger than most standard blades. The right arm beneath his sleeve bulged with chakra and muscle. Water release, great water arm technique. In his hands, the massive sword felt light despite its size. With a roar he charged. Hayashi stood without fear. As the sword came down, he pressed his hands against the back of the blade. Bright sparks flew, lightning flaring violently. Hozuki Mitsuki's grip faltered, shock rippling through his body. Hayashi's lightning intensified. Chidori current. The surge of concentrated lightning engulfed the Hozuki warrior, who tried desperately to transform into water and escape. The technique struck with devastating force, electrocuting him into a lifeless heap of jelly. His subordinates cried out in rage and horror. Bonds ran deep even in the Mist Village. They drew kunai and charged forward, seeking vengeance. But Hayashi exhaled calmly and stepped into their path. This was war and mercy would not be given today. A rolling wave of intense heat burst from his mouth in brilliant color, fire exploding outward in every direction. With a swift kick he propelled himself forward. In his hand appeared the greatsword once wielded by his foe, now taken by his command. Hayashi charged straight into the oncoming ranks, fire and lightning shaping the night sky as he cut through the Mist's defenders. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 464, 465, The Mist Destroyed. 1027 words. The Mist of Kirigakure was originally meant to protect the village, yet on this night it served only to hide Hayashi's terrifying advance. The thick fog severely limited visibility, preventing the Mist Ninja from spotting his position or converging quickly. In that confusion, Hayashi moved like a storm through the ranks. Whether he struck with a disabling blow, a lethal attack, or even a seemingly ineffective feint, he never stayed long enough for the enemy to respond twice. A single blow and he vanished, shifting through the mist before anyone could react. He flowed through the enemy forces like a swift current, constantly disrupting their formations and preventing them from launching coordinated area techniques. No large-scale jutsu could be used without risking the lives of the village's own shinobi, and even if cast, Hayashi's incredible speed meant it likely would never land. To further sow chaos, Hayashi had to control the summoning snake squad. These smaller serpents were numerous, nearly invisible in the fog, and each carried explosive tags hidden within their coils. Soon, explosions shook the streets of the Mist Village. No one could tell where the enemy lurked or how many invaders there were. After eliminating several squads of Mist Ninja in the streets, Hayashi sprinted toward the Mizukage building. The village was eerily silent. Civilians must have been evacuated before his assault reached its peak, but the buildings were not so fortunate. Many structures lay in ruins. Despite Hayashi's clever use of decoys and explosive serpents, the number of Mist Ninja converging on his main force steadily grew. It no longer mattered if he avoided them intentionally. There were only a few hundred, a number he could handle all at once. Hayashi hooked his right middle finger and drew out a black scroll marked with the symbol of Sage. Unfurling it, the Sage essence appeared, and immediately he entered Sage mode. In Sage mode, Hayashi could sense the chakra of every Mist Ninja around him clearly. He leapt onto a rooftop, waiting silently. Soon enough, shinobi surrounded him from all sides, in front, behind, left and right, encircling him completely. Excellent, this is enough, Hayashi murmured with satisfaction. There were just enough opponents for him to use his ultimate technique within Sage mode. The Mist Ninja glared at him with hostility, and then unleashed their most potent ninjutsu at once. Spell after spell rained down from surrounding rooftops. Elemental jutsu of all kinds, nature transformations, explosive kunai, a deadly storm of chakra and steel. Hayashi vanished from his perch in an instant, his form streaking through the air faster than any jutsu or shuriken, rising high above the cluster of ninja. The attacks struck the empty ground below, detonating in thunderous explosions that collapsed nearby houses, but they failed to touch him. "He's above us," one sensor ninja shouted as he located Hayashi in midair. A chill fell across the Mist Shinobi as they gathered chakra for another volley of attacks. At that moment, a stone pillar, nearly a meter in diameter, burst up from the earth beneath Hayashi's feet, stopping his descent and providing firm footing above the chaos. Hayashi looked down as his right hand began to form seals. Except for his little finger held straight, the 4 other fingers clenched lightly, his palm pressing down upon the standing pillar as dark lines of chakra rippled outward. "What is this?" A ninja with sensory ability suddenly noticed, lowering his head as an enormous chakra signature spread rapidly through the area. Fear flickered in the eyes of the Mist Ninja. They recognized this as Hayashi's chakra, and judged from the intensity it could only lead to a technique of devastating scale. The black lines rippled like living veins of the earth itself, forming an almost translucent cubic barrier under 100 meters in each direction, encapsulating every shinobi within. Someone exclaimed. Among them a few knew enough about barrier ninjutsu to understand the implications. This technique drained vast amounts of chakra, and worse, it trapped them inside with no escape. Hayashi smiled faintly. Yes, retreat was blocked but not for him. In such a confined space, the enemy would have nowhere left to run. Hayashi formed seals again. Natural energy flowed through him, connecting to the earth. The ground began to writhe as though alive. The Mist Ninja recoiled, unsure of the sudden movement, many stepping back in fear. Then the earth and ruined foundations around them liquefied, thick and mud-like, enveloping the base of the stone pillar. The shape bulged outward, compressing the air within the barrier. From within the shifting earth, sharp stone spears began to rise. Soon the fine points jutted outward, aimed directly at every shinobi now trapped within. Some tried to escape using earth release, attempting to dive into the ground, but the living earth constricted them instantly, choking off their movements. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" one cried, but there was no answer. The only response was death. Under Hayashi's control, the stone spears launched upward like missiles, impaling dozens of Mist Ninja in a lethal rain of spikes. Hayashi's main body then blended flawlessly with the stone wall of a nearby collapsed structure, remaining hidden within the battlefield. When the technique ceased, hundreds lay motionless. This was inorganic reformation, a technique that transformed lifeless matter into weapons of devastation. With sufficient chakra infused into earth and stone, it rivaled even the legendary would release in destructive capability. What jutsu could defend against such an assault? Water walls sagged under pressure, earth barriers buckled, and Mist Ninja did not possess Amaterasu. Within the sealed barrier, death bloomed like black flowers through the soil. Hayashi opened his arms and gazed across the devastated village blanketed in mist, then softly began to recite an absurd rhyme. How many floors does a bag of rice need to carry? Once it needs to carry 2 floors. A bag of rice, I gave you too much. A bag of rice, oh, I washed it. A bag of rice, oh, I washed so much mud. And that many black tiles. Who gave you a bag of rice? Chapter 465, 466. The Mist's prison. In the northwest corner of the hidden Mist village stood a tightly guarded cluster of buildings, a place reserved for the Jinchuriki. Calling it a place where they were kept felt too gentle. A more honest word would be imprisoned. Like the other hidden villages, Kirigakure confined its Jinchuriki under strict watch. No one questioned it, this was simply how things were done across the ninja world. The fear surrounding Jinchuriki had deep roots. The tailed beasts had existed for thousands of years, yet humans had only begun sealing them within hosts a few decades ago. Compared to the beast's near-endless lifespans, that span of time was insignificant. Over generations, fear of these creatures had settled into something instinctive. Even the concept of a perfect Jinchuriki remained out of reach. Uzumaki Mito had been the first to establish the system, yet even she had not fully mastered the power of a tailed beast. If someone like her could not achieve it, the other villages concluded that such control might simply be impossible. Worse still, most villages were already on their second or third Jinchuriki. Sunagakure, due to special circumstances, had reached its fourth. Throughout these transitions, nearly every village except Konoha had suffered devastating tailed beast rampages. Under such conditions, strict confinement was inevitable. At that moment, near the edge of the compound, a unit of 30 mist ninja moved swiftly, escorting the Six Tails Jinchuriki. The group maintained perfect spacing and synchronization, their movements precise and disciplined. Leading them was Kusunoki, a mist ninja who was, in truth, a white Zetsu in disguise. Even with the village under attack, 30 operatives were already pushing the limit. Any larger force risked attracting the attention of Konoha's feared yellow flash. They had not traveled far when Kusunoki abruptly halted. Before even the sensor ninja could react, he let out a faint, helpless smile. Through the drifting mist, a lone figure appeared. A man dressed in black stood calmly in the path ahead, his lips curved in a faint, unreadable smile. The Six Tails was central to this entire operation. Long before the war began, Konoha had already gathered intelligence on the Jinchuriki's location. That was why Hayashi's shadow clone had arrived so quickly. He stepped forward at an unhurried pace. Despite that, the mist ninja felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Weapons were drawn instantly, kunai raised and ready. White Zetsu cursed silently. To seize control of the village, Uchiha Fugaku had eliminated several high-ranking jonin, and replaced them with white Zetsu using a substitution technique. While effective in times of peace, the flaw became obvious in moments like this. There was not enough real strength. If the real Kusunoki had been present, supported by these mist ninja, they might have been able to delay Hayashi. Unfortunately, the one standing here was only an imitation. White Zetsu could perfectly replicate chakra, and even mimic certain abilities, enough to deceive most observers. But compared to the original, the difference was undeniable. At this stage, White Zetsu was little more than expendable. The situation was slipping out of its control. Still, it had to maintain appearances. At the command, every ninja snapped into action. Earth release, chaotic spike. Lightning release, claw fang. Water release, water dragon bullet. A barrage of ninjutsu surged forward, accompanied by a storm of thrown weapons. Hayashi's Sharingan spun slowly, capturing every movement with calm precision. His hands moved through a sequence of seals with practiced ease. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. Summoning technique, Rashomon gate. A massive iron gate slammed into place before him. Its surface bore the face of a snarling demon, chains rattling as it absorbed the incoming attacks without yielding. Even as a shadow clone, Hayashi possessed immense chakra reserves. Casting a technique like Rashomon posed no difficulty. The assault subsided. Earth release, mudslide river. The ground beneath the mist ninja softened instantly, transforming into a churning swamp. Several of them were dragged down before they could react, their formation collapsing. Hayashi moved without hesitation. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several massive serpents shot forward from his sleeves, weaving through the battlefield with terrifying speed. Some struck directly, others coiled around their targets, restricting movement and creating openings. As the snakes scattered among the enemy, Hayashi formed another seal. White smoke burst from within the serpents. The remains of the snakes shifted, revealing concealed sealing scrolls. A surge of chakra erupted. At the center, a brilliant sphere formed and expanded rapidly. The supergiant ball Rasengan. Within moments, it grew into a massive orb, towering several meters high. The sheer force crushed everything within its radius, flattening the remaining mist ninja without mercy. Hayashi watched calmly. A shadow clone was more fragile than the original body. Using large-scale techniques to overwhelm opponents was simply the most efficient approach. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the chaos, White Zetsu fled with the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Hayashi moved to pursue, but suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted slightly. "Stop hiding," he said coldly. "Come out, or I'll release the snakes. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones." Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 466, 467, A Genius Overpowered. 1146 words. Hearing that the other party intended to release snakes, Mei Terumi, who was hiding in the bushes, rolled her eyes in annoyance. The mist limited her vision, allowing her to see only a vague silhouette in the distance. Still, from the voice alone, she could tell it was a young Konoha ninja. Did he really think he could take on enemies alone? She was still young and needed to conceal her abilities, so stepping in was not an option. However, the woman beside her, Adu, was different. Adu had already defeated multiple jonin within their clan, and was widely regarded as a genius by Mei's father. Did that Konoha ninja even understand what a true genius meant? Did he realize how frightening one could be? Mei pouted, her mood already sour. The day had gone terribly from the start. Her father had not given her any gift, she had been mocked at the academy, and now Kirigakure was under attack. Irritation welled up inside her. She turned her head, intending to let Adu step in, defeat the intruder, and capture him alive for the village. But the moment she looked, she froze. The supposedly invincible Adu was standing stiffly, her expression tense as if facing a powerful enemy. Before Mei could even process what was happening, Adu frowned, threw several smoke bombs to the ground, grabbed Mei by the shoulder, and vanished using the body flicker technique. Why did it have to be him? Adu felt a wave of regret. The Terumi clan compound was located far from the commercial district. With explosions erupting across the village, she had assumed Konoha was launching a full-scale assault. To avoid the chaos, she had chosen a less traveled route. She had never expected to encounter Uchiha Hayashi here. The commander of Konoha's front line appearing in Kirigakure made no sense to her. From behind, Hayashi watched them retreat, a faint smile forming on his lips. He had already sent another shadow clone, after the Six Tails Jinchuriki through a summoned snake. For now, he chose to deal with the enemies in front of him. Chakra surged beneath his feet as he gave chase. Moments later, Adu, who was repeatedly using the body flicker technique, suddenly felt a sharp and overwhelming killing intent closing in. Her reaction was immediate. With a swift motion of her left hand, she tossed Mei into a nearby bush. At the same time, she pivoted mid-air, her body turning in a smooth arc before descending rapidly. Just before landing, her hands had already completed the necessary seals. Water release, water bullet barrage technique. Streams of water shot out like a scattered storm, firing in all directions toward Hayashi. Each projectile was guided by her chakra, making them extremely difficult to evade completely. However, Hayashi's combat experience was far beyond ordinary. Even while pursuing, he had remained wary of a counterattack. He placed his hands on the ground, and a sturdy earth wall rose instantly to shield him. The defense lasted only a moment. The water attack ceased, replaced immediately by an intense surge of heat. Lava release, lava monster technique. A combination of fire and earth nature chakra, the technique expelled molten, highly corrosive lava capable of overwhelming a wide area. It was one of the Terumi clan's Kekii Genkai. The extreme heat melted the earth wall almost instantly, turning it into liquid that dripped to the ground with a sharp sizzling sound. Hayashi was now within the range of the attack. Without hesitation, he tapped the ground lightly with his foot and slid backward, creating distance while forming hand seals at remarkable speed. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox. A technique that normally required dozens of seals was condensed into only a few. In an instant, a water dragon surged upward beside him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. This time, he did not release it immediately. His chakra shifted again, transforming into lightning release. A bright surge of electricity gathered in his right hand. Lightning release, lightning serpent. The lightning pierced into the head of the water dragon, merging with it. Using his left leg as a pivot, Hayashi spun his body rapidly. The water dragon followed his motion, spiraling around him with increasing force. Then, with a powerful release of momentum, he launched it forward. The water dragon bullet surged ahead, now infused with lightning, creating a devastating hybrid attack. A lightning water dragon bullet. The combination enhanced not only its destructive power but also added a paralyzing effect. Its speed and force far surpassed that of a normal water dragon. Seeing the attack rushing toward her, Adu increased her chakra output, raising multiple lava walls in defense. But she knew it would not be enough. Without hesitation, she leaped to the side, intending to retreat and shift the battlefield, buying time for Mei to escape. At that exact moment, Hayashi moved. Chakra burst beneath his feet as he closed the distance in an instant, his speed surpassing hers completely. Before Adu could react, his knee struck her mid-air with brutal force. She was sent flying, her body crashing violently as the impact nearly rendered her unconscious. At that moment, Mei Terumi, who had been watching from hiding, finally acted. Despite her young age, her timing was precise. She opened her mouth and released a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. The size was comparable to the one Uchiha Itachi had used as a child, but this attack carried an additional trait. It was infused with boil release, making it far more dangerous. Even so, it remained a fireball. And a fireball alone could not defeat Hayashi. The instant Mei revealed herself, he vanished. In the next moment, he appeared behind her. His hand moved swiftly, fingers gripping her forehead as he lifted and tossed her into the air. He held back his strength, so she was not injured, but the sudden motion left her disoriented. Before she could regain control, she realized in shock that he had already appeared behind her again. A sharp kick struck her back, sending her crashing to the ground face first. Her world spun from the impacts. Before she could even recover, she felt herself being lifted again. Hayashi had grabbed her by one leg, suspending her upside down in mid-air. Her kimono shifted with gravity, though thankfully she was wearing additional clothing underneath. Meeting the gaze of his scarlet Sharingan, Mei felt a wave of humiliation and fear. Her body ached, her limbs felt numb, and though she was still young, she was still a girl. She had never been treated like this before. She wanted to resist, but her chakra had already been completely drained by her previous attack. Worse, her instincts screamed at her. If she attempted to fight back now, he would kill her without hesitation. Chapter 467, 468, Roar of the Six. 1128 words. No matter how powerful she might become in the future, Mei Terumi was still just a small child of 5 or 6. At best, she only possessed the strength of a chunin. Facing a jonin, she had no chance of fighting back. And Hayashi was far from an ordinary jonin. Suspended upside down, Mei gritted her teeth. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at the Konoha shinobi before her, wishing she could tear him apart. Even so, she forced herself to suppress that impulse. Using the momentum of her hanging position, her body swayed slightly as she turned her head toward the direction where Adu had been thrown. Worry filled her expression. A wise choice, Hayashi said with a faint smile as he dispersed the lightning release in his hand. If the girl had tried anything reckless, he would not have hesitated to teach her a painful lesson. For a brief moment, he considered whether to eliminate the future Mizukage or take her back to Konoha instead. Before he could decide, a dense mist suddenly spread across his surroundings. The hidden mist village was already covered in fog, but visibility had been manageable. This mist, however, completely obscured his vision. Hidden mist technique. He recognized it instantly. A useful technique for assassinations, especially when combined with the silent killing technique. Unfortunately, it was ineffective against someone with his level of combat experience. Adu moved silently through the mist, appearing behind him as she prepared a surprise attack. But Hayashi had already sensed her. He exhaled sharply, releasing a powerful burst of wind release. The violent gust tore through the thick fog, instantly clearing the area around him. Adu was exposed. She gripped a kunai tightly, aiming for his right arm. Her target was precise, not out of habit, but because that was the hand holding Mei by the ankle. Hayashi had no intention of letting go. Before the kunai could reach him, lightning release surged through his left hand, wrapping around his body. The crackling chakra made contact with the incoming weapon, beginning to erode the metal. The numbness spread through Adu's hand, but she clenched her teeth and pushed forward. In that brief moment of hesitation, Hayashi shifted his body to the side. The kunai barely grazed his arm. Adu did not panic. Another kunai appeared in her hand almost instantly. But Hayashi was faster. As she struck again, he extended his left hand and caught the blade between his fingers, lightning release still coursing through his grip. Holding Mei with one hand and stopping a weapon with the other, he remained completely composed. Then, without warning, he raised his knee and drove it forward. The impact sent Adu flying. This time, she crashed into a large tree. Branches snapped upon impact before she finally managed to stop herself. The entire exchange was smooth and controlled, almost elegant, a clear display of Hayashi's overwhelming skill. He began walking toward her slowly, his expression calm, as if preparing to finish things. Then, a sharp whistling sound echoed from the distance. His eyes narrowed. That chakra. He turned toward the source, recognizing the direction immediately. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. His expression changed. Without hesitation, his hands moved rapidly through a series of seals. In an instant, the massive Rashomon gate rose before him. A deafening explosion followed. The tailed beast ball struck the gate with terrifying force. The impact shook the air violently, creating intense pressure waves. Yet the Rashomon gate held firm, only trembling slightly. Behind it, Hayashi stood unharmed. He even had the time to casually fix Mei's messy hair. Her face was pale with fear, but she still glared at him stubbornly. "Relax," he said lightly. "It is just a tailed beast ball." Before his words could fully settle, another black sphere was launched. A second tailed beast ball. The impact was immediate. Even the Rashomon gate began to tilt under the overwhelming force, cracks forming as it neared its limit. Hayashi clicked his tongue in annoyance. He immediately realized the cause. His other shadow clone. Blaming himself felt pointless, so he simply ignored the thought. Mei, already terrified, now looked completely drained of color. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Hayashi glanced at her briefly. His expression shifted slightly. Then, without warning, he activated his monstrous strength and hurled her toward Adu. Whether she survived or not was no longer his concern. The next moment, his body dispersed into smoke. He vanished. Elsewhere, his other shadow clone faced the Six Tails Jinchuriki directly. Compared to the one that had disappeared, this version was far more fortunate. In fact, the earlier attacks had been deliberately redirected. His original goal had been to let the Six Tails cause chaos within the village. Eliminating himself in the process had simply been an accident. If anything, Mei was the luckiest of them all. The Jinchuriki had not fully transformed. If the Six Tails itself had unleashed that attack, even the Rashomon gate would not have been enough. She had unknowingly stood on the edge of death. Now, Hayashi stood calmly as natural energy gathered around him. Sage mode. Markings appeared on his face as his presence grew heavier. Before him, the partially transformed Six Tails Jinchuriki roared, its massive form writhing as it lashed its tails. A corrosive liquid began to spread across the ground. This was the six-tails ability. Even the eight-tails would struggle against such a substance. Hayashi had northwest intention of getting close. His goal was not to kill the Jinchuriki. He only needed to push him far enough. Once weakened, the six-tails would seize control completely. A berserk state. Lightning release gathered in his hand. A Chidori sharp spear formed instantly. Still, he knew that would not be enough. With a flick of his wrist, a black scroll appeared. He placed it on the ground and formed a sequence of hand seals. Tiger, rooster, rat. Sealing technique, reverse fire sealing method. A mass of black flames erupted onto the surface of a nearby rock, burning with terrifying intensity. Amaterasu. He had previously sealed it away and preserved it for later use. The flames were difficult to control, but their destructive power was undeniable. Hayashi thrust the Chidori sharp spear into the flames. The lightning blade became coated in black fire, crackling violently as the two forces merged. Without hesitation, he hurled it forward. A streak of azure lightning wrapped in pitch-black flames tore through the air. His voice followed, steady and cold. Sage Art, Blaze Release, Pitch-Black Bursting Arc Arrow, Type 0. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 Power Stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 468, 469. The Black Flame Spear. 1137 words. Amaterasu was undoubtedly one of the most powerful dojutsu abilities. When paired with Kagutsuchi, the black flames could be shaped and manipulated freely, limited only by the user's imagination. Its versatility rivaled that of the Rasengan, capable of both offense and defense, and able to merge seamlessly with other ninjutsu as an enhancement. Hayashi did not possess Kagutsuchi. However, he could first shape his technique, then layer Amaterasu over it like an enhancement. The result was not far from the effects achieved by Sasuke Uchiha. The main difference lay in activation speed. Sasuke could ignite Amaterasu instantly with a glance, while Hayashi relied entirely on manual execution. Naturally, this made his process slower. Fortunately, his hand speed more than made up for it. With his refined chakra control and exceptional dexterity, few shinobi could rival him in forming hand seals. Even puppet masters, who relied heavily on their hands, could not match his speed. Once Chiyo, the greatest puppeteer of her era, had remarked on this. Konoha's lightning flash possesses divine hands, capable of mastering countless techniques, even those that should never be revealed. The comment carried an odd tone, but its meaning was clear. Hayashi's control was extraordinary. The Chidori sharp spear, wrapped in black flames, tore through the air as it shot toward the Jinchuriki. There were many theoretical ways to defend against Amaterasu. However, when combined with overwhelming force and precise throwing skills, avoiding it became extremely difficult. Especially when 5 attacks were launched in rapid succession. In truth, Hayashi did not need to go that far. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki had never encountered Amaterasu before. Mistaking it for ordinary lightning release, he casually swung his tail to intercept the incoming spear. The result was immediate. Black flames spread across the tail, clinging tightly and refusing to extinguish. From a distance, it resembled a dark flower blooming in the air. The Jinchuriki froze in shock. The flames would not go out. Even the corrosive chakra cloak that usually protected him was being consumed. Before he could react further, another piercing sound echoed. A second strike landed. This time, the Chidori sharp spear broke through his defenses and pierced directly into his shoulder. The speed and penetrating force of the technique drove it deep into his body. A painful roar erupted. The Jinchuriki collapsed, rolling across the ground. Yet it changed nothing. The embedded spears began to disperse into arcs of lightning, feeding the Amaterasu flames as they burned even more intensely. Hayashi had no personal grudge against him. They had never met before. But this was war. A battlefield where survival was the only rule. He did not dwell on ideals or grand philosophies. Ending the conflict and achieving his objective was all that mattered. And that objective remained unchanged. Retrieve the Byakugan. Everything that had happened today was for that purpose. Allowing Mei-Terumi to live had been a decision made in the moment by his shadow clone. It did not reflect his own will. Human nature was complicated. Yet in the face of an enemy like the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, hesitation had no place. From a distance, White Zetsu observed the battle in silence. For a brief moment it was stunned. Then it lowered its gaze. Without another word, it sank into the ground. Its role was not combat. It needed to report back and determine the next course of action. If the Jinchuriki completely lost control and transformed fully, the resulting disaster would be far more devastating than Hayashi's attack. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Amaterasu had already burned through large portions of the Jinchuriki's body. Then, suddenly, the flames were forced back. A surge of dense red chakra erupted outward, isolating the damage. This was a familiar pattern. When pushed to the brink of death, a Jinchuriki often lost control, allowing the tailed beast to take over completely. The same thing had once nearly happened to Naruto Uzumaki. This transformation was not guided by the host. It was the will of the tailed beast. The Jinchuriki's body convulsed. Thick, viscous fluid poured out, reshaping his form. His body twisted unnaturally, rising like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. Then, his human shape disappeared entirely. In its place stood a massive creature. The Six Tails. Its body resembled a giant white slug, similar in form to Katsuyu, though far more menacing. A piercing hiss filled the air. Its six tails swayed, and its antennae trembled as it released a chilling presence. Having regained control, Saiken immediately attacked. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid, scattering it across the battlefield. The acid struck the ground and trees, producing a violent sizzling sound. Vegetation withered instantly, turning into powder under its effect. The sheer corrosiveness was terrifying. Hayashi observed calmly. He took out a kunai and tested one of the floating bubbles. The liquid dripped onto a patch of Amaterasu on the ground. The reaction was immediate. The black flames surged violently, nearly flaring up toward his arm. His eyes sharpened. The corrosive substance did not extinguish the flames. Instead, it enhanced their combustion. Interesting. A spark of curiosity flickered in his mind. If this substance could be preserved and studied, it might become a valuable resource. He crouched down, preparing to seal some of it. At that moment, Saiken's gaze locked onto him. It did not matter that Hayashi had contributed to its release. To a tailed beast, humans were all the same. Saiken launched another wave of corrosive liquid. Hayashi leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. But the assault did not stop. One of Saiken's massive tails swung down with tremendous force. A cold glint flashed in Hayashi's eyes. Lightning release surged through his body, accelerating his movements to their limit. He vanished from his position and reappeared to the side. The Chidori sharp spear in his hand crackled with energy. In a single motion, he drove it deep into the tail. Then he moved. With his speed, the spear carved through in a clean, precise line. The tail was severed instantly. This was not his first time doing such a thing. In fact, it had become almost routine. With a flick of his hand, he threw out a sealing scroll. A large Rasengan formed as a temporary barrier, while he quickly sealed the severed tail inside. His movements were smooth and practiced. This was no spur-of-the-moment decision. He had clearly planned this. Targeting tailed beast tails so shamelessly, and doing so with such enthusiasm, was something few could imagine. Yet Hayashi executed it without hesitation. Saiken froze for a brief moment. Then its rage exploded. The ground trembled as it began forming a tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Hayashi immediately stored the scroll and turned away. Time to go. Without looking back, he dashed off at full speed. Chapter 469, 470. The Byakugan was taken sitting in a sealed room inside the Hidden Mist Hospital. Ao felt increasingly uneasy. He had already been here for several days. The wounds from his last mission had barely healed when he was suddenly transferred to this isolated ward. No explanations were given, only vague orders and tense silence from the medical team. Still, Ao believed he had been chosen for something important. A long time ago, during the war, he had defeated a Hyuga ninja and taken one of their Byakugan. That eye had become his greatest weapon ever since. It allowed him to see through chakra, break genjutsu, and track enemies from impossible distances. According to the official character history, Ao obtained his Byakugan during the war and implanted it in his right eye, later using it to expose the fourth Mizuki's genjutsu. Because of that, Ao knew better than anyone how valuable a Byakugan truly was. And that was exactly why the silence today felt wrong. Outside the room, distant explosions echoed through the hospital corridors. At first they were faint, but the sounds grew louder with every passing minute. Something serious was happening in the village. Was the leaf attacking? Ao clenched his fists. The Hidden Mist had always been surrounded by enemies, and hatred toward the Leaf Village had only deepened after years of war. Even if the truth behind the conflict was complicated, Ao did not care. In his mind, Konoha had always been the root of everything that went wrong. The door suddenly rattled. Before Ao could respond, the door burst open. A medical ninja rushed inside, his expression pale and tense. "Follow me, quickly." Ao did not argue. He grabbed his ninja pouch and followed him out into the corridor. Several mist ninja were already waiting outside, including Tamura, one of the other chosen recipients of the Byakugan transplant. "What is happening?" Ao asked in a low voice while they hurried toward the emergency exit. Tamura glanced around before whispering, "Someone from Konoha has invaded the village. They are saying it is the lightning flash." Ao's expression stiffened. The title alone was enough to make anyone uneasy. A shinobi who could earn such a name was not someone who attacked villages without confidence. If that person had truly entered the Hidden Mist alone, then the situation was already beyond control. "Why are they moving us?" Ao asked. "They are afraid the enemy is here for the Byakugan," Tamura replied quietly. "So we are being evacuated together with the eyes." Before he could finish speaking, the wall beside them exploded. Stone shattered everywhere as a massive hole was blasted open. Smoke spread across the corridor, and slow footsteps echoed through the silence that followed. A young ninja walked out of the smoke. He wore a leaf forehead protector and the clothing of the Uchiha clan. His crimson eyes were already active, the three tomo spinning slowly as if everything in front of him meant nothing. The moment Ao felt that chakra, his body froze. And filled with killing intent. Even though Ao had fought on battlefields since he was young, this was the first time he had ever felt such overwhelming pressure from a single person. His legs refused to move. 12 masked ANBU instantly appeared in the corridor and surrounded the intruder. Each one drew a sword, the air becoming heavy with tension. The command was given, and all 12 attacked at once. The fight ended almost instantly. The Uchiha moved like a shadow. The first ANBU was kicked away before he could even react, crashing into the others with terrifying force. The remaining ones hesitated for only a moment, but that hesitation was enough. Within minutes, the corridor was silent again. Bodies covered the floor. Blood stained the walls. The smell of iron filled the air. Under the pressure of the Sharingan, the medical captain handed over a glass container with trembling hands. Inside it was a preserved Byakugan. The Uchiha calmly placed it inside his pouch. Then he snapped the man's neck without hesitation. Ao wanted to move. He wanted to stand up to fight, to do anything at all, but his body refused to obey him. The explosion earlier had already shattered most of his strength. His vision was becoming blurry, and every breath felt heavier than the last. Footsteps approached him slowly. Ao forced his hand to move. He picked up his kunai and tried to stab forward, but his arm stopped halfway. The weapon slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the floor. The Uchiha looked down at him silently. Even through the blur, Ao knew who it was. A shinobi with that level of killing intent, that level of chakra, and those eyes, it was obvious. He was going to die. The hand closed around Ao's neck. For a brief moment, the corridor was completely silent. Then a sharp cracking sound echoed softly. Darkness swallowed everything. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 471. Surrounded at the Mizukage building, getting the Byakugan was the best news Hayashi had heard in days. The mission had already succeeded. According to the original plan, he should have retreated immediately, disappeared into the night, and returned to the Land of Fire without leaving a trace. But he did not leave. Instead, he walked calmly toward the center of the hidden mist village. The path ahead of him was filled with broken kunai, scorched buildings, shattered stone, and bodies that had not yet gone cold. Flames burned in the distance, and pieces of debris kept falling from the ruined rooftops. The destruction was not entirely his doing. The real disaster was the Six Tails, which had already lost control, and was rampaging through the village. It smashed everything in sight and fired tailed beast bombs without restraint. What Konoha had once experienced during the Nine Tails rampage was now happening in Kirigakure, only worse. Hayashi did not slow down. At the end of the ruined street, the Mizukage building finally appeared. That was his final destination. 5 shadow clones still remained inside the village. One had already disappeared earlier, but the remaining ones were enough. Their purpose was simple, to draw every available enemy toward this place. If everything went according to plan, the Mist Ninjas would gather here in large numbers. If he was lucky, the explosion he prepared would wipe out most of them in one strike. If not, it would not matter much. The village had already lost the majority of its fighting strength in this chaos. More and more Mist Ninjas began to appear around the Mizukage building. Hayashi stood at the top of the building without moving, while his 5 shadow clones guarded the surrounding area. Among the arriving ninjas was the current head of the Hozuki clan, Hozuki Takagetsu. His pale eyes were filled with suppressed rage as he stared at the leaf ninja standing above the ruined village. Even though the hidden mist had many flaws, it was still his home. As a descendant of the second Mizukage clan, protecting the village was his responsibility. Today, no matter what happened, he intended to leave Uchiha Hayashi here. But Takagetsu did not attack immediately. Instead, he raised his hand and stopped the clan members behind him. With his sensory abilities, he could clearly feel more and more mist ninjas gathering in the distance. The opponent was the lightning flash of Konoha. Someone who could cause this level of destruction alone could not be handled by just a few people. The only reliable method was to surround him completely and exhaust him. Takagetsu did not believe there was anyone in the world who could fight an entire village alone. Hayashi remained calm. Standing there quietly, he continued absorbing natural energy. The sage chakra stored in his scroll had already been used up during the earlier battle. If the fight continued, he would need to rely on his own recovery. Soon, the number of mist ninjas increased even more. They surrounded the Mizukage building from every direction, forming a wide circle. Many of them had never seen the lightning flash before, but looking at the ruined village and remembering the companions who had died tonight, their hatred could not be hidden. Konoha's lightning flash, Takagetsu finally spoke. With the 4th Mizukage absent, he was the highest-ranking person present. Naturally, he had to take control of the situation. "You cannot escape," he said coldly. "You killed my clan members, slaughtered my comrades, and destroyed the village I swore to protect. Even if the fourth Mizukage is not here, as long as I am still alive, you will pay the price for everything you did today. Angry voices immediately echoed around the area. Kill him. He must pay for this. Lord Takagetsu will deal with him. Some even began questioning where the fourth Mizukage had gone during such a critical moment. Takagetsu raised his hand again, and the crowd slowly quieted down. Hayashi watched everything silently. He understood this type of person very well. Someone who truly loved his village, someone willing to stand in front of everyone during the worst moment and take responsibility. Hayashi could respect that kind of determination. But respect did not mean mercy. When he looked up again, he saw that hundreds of mist ninjas had already surrounded the Mizukage building. The encirclement was complete. Even the remaining forces of the village were currently busy holding back the Six Tails, which meant these were all the ninjas that could be gathered here. Hayashi's expression remained calm. The three tomo in his Sharingan began spinning faster and faster until the tomo slowly connected, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. He spread his arms slightly and smiled faintly. I'm right here, he said calmly. If you want revenge, come and take it. Takagetsu felt a trace of uneasiness, but he immediately gave an order. Do not get close. Use long-range ninjutsu. The command was carried out instantly. Hundreds of mist ninjas formed hand seals at the same time. In just a moment, lightning, wind, and water techniques gathered together and surged toward the Mizukage building. The combined chakra of so many ninjas created an overwhelming pressure that filled the entire area. This was something that had almost never happened before. Never in any previous war had so many ninjas launched so many techniques against a single person at once. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment, one bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 472, Turning the Tide 1127 words. At the Mizukage's office building, the thick mist had already faded, yet dark clouds still pressed heavily over the sky. Facing the idea of one man resisting hundreds alone, Hozuki Takatsuki sneered at the calm expression of Konoha's lightning flash. Since you seek death, then die. His hands rapidly formed seals, and among the countless techniques unleashed, another water dragon surged into existence. Chakra roared violently. More than 100 combined ninjutsu crashed forward, converging on the unmoving Hayashi, compressing him at the center. He made no attempt to dodge. At that moment, there was no escape. Water release filled the sky, lightning surged through it, and wind howled fiercely. The three elements fused into a devastating storm that swallowed Hayashi whole. From afar, it looked like a natural disaster. Up close, the pressure of wind, water, and lightning felt overwhelming, like a stampede shaking the heavens, the noise piercing straight through the ears. The violent wind whipped against his clothes, making them flutter sharply. Hayashi stood still, arms relaxed at his sides, his expression unchanged. Yet from his left eye, a thin line of blood slowly slid down his cheek. Magutsukami. The Mangekyo Dojutsu within his left eye activated fully. Its invisible force spread outward, absorbing the chaotic chakra in the air before twisting the sequence of cause and effect itself. Then, everything changed. What is this? A sudden pain struck Takatsuki, forcing his body to react instinctively. He dissolved into liquid using the hydrification technique. Before he could even process what had happened, one of the Kirigakure ninja nearby moved. He was young, no more than 15 or 16, likely only a chunin. His body suddenly gave out, collapsing forward and falling from the rooftop with a dull thud. That alone was shocking, but it did not end there. In the next instant, more ninja began to fall. One after another, like rain striking the ground, Kirigakure ninja dropped from the rooftops. It's happening, White Zetsu muttered from the shadows, eyes filled with intrigue. They were the ones attacking, yet they were the ones falling. What exactly was the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan? After reforming his body, Takatsuki stepped forward and crouched beside one of the fallen ninja. His heart trembled. How could this be? Makes no sense, it must be genjutsu. He disrupted his own chakra flow, attempting to break the illusion, but nothing changed. Around him, roughly a third of the ninja remained standing, staring in horror at their fallen comrades. Over 300 lives lost in an instant. Even witnessing it firsthand, it was difficult to accept. That was not a small number. That was a force capable of wiping out an entire minor nation. Yet Hayashi had no time to dwell on the result. Magutsukami functioned by reversing cause and effect. It allowed an opponent's attack to strike themselves, then erase the fact that they had attacked at all. But like all techniques, it had limits. It absorbed enemy ninjutsu and converted it into energy, but only up to a certain threshold. Anything beyond that could not be handled. If too many attacks came at once, some would still get through. Hayashi was no god, and this power was not limitless. A sharp pain pulsed in his left eye. He raised a hand to cover it, feeling the strain from overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. For now, that technique could not be used again. At that exact moment, the remaining ninjutsu continued to descend. Hayashi lifted his gaze slightly. A burst of blue chakra erupted around him, forming a skeletal figure in an instant. It was the first stage of Susanoo. The translucent ribcage surrounded him, shielding his body. I've seen that before. White Zetsu whispered, recalling Uchiha Madara. For someone who had only recently awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, mastering this much already was astonishing. Still, the skeletal Susanoo alone was not enough. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. With the clash of metal, 3 massive gates descended from the sky, crashing down between Hayashi and the incoming attacks. The impact shook the ground violently. This was the 3rd time he had used this technique today. A single useful technique was worth more than many unreliable ones. Moments later, Hayashi dropped to one knee. The blue chakra around him faded as the skeletal Susanoo dissolved. The strain on his eyes and chakra had reached its limit. Blood vessels were clearly visible in his eye now. For the time being, he could no longer rely on his dojutsu. Even so, no one dared to move. Standing amidst the shattered remains of the Mizuki's office building, Hayashi looked like a demon risen from battle. Who would dare step forward after witnessing that? Only Takatsuki. As the head of the Hozuki clan, he recognized the power Hayashi had used. The same ability once wielded by Uchiha Madara. And power of that level always came with a cost. He must be exhausted. This was the perfect moment to strike. But before he could act, Hayashi moved first. Closing the distance in an instant, Hayashi rushed toward him. Takatsuki raised his hand and fired a concentrated water release attack. Hayashi met his gaze. His Sharingan spun. He did not need Magutsukami this time. A simple genjutsu was enough. In that instant, Takatsuki froze. Lightning chakra surged through Hayashi's body as he accelerated forward. His kunai flashed in a precise arc. The clan leader's head fell cleanly. Hayashi did not look back at the corpse. Instead, he formed a reverse summoning seal and vanished from the battlefield. No one tried to stop him. No one dared. The survivors stood frozen, as if death itself had just walked past them. Was Hayashi someone who enjoyed killing? To him, killing was simply part of a shinobi's duty. But if heavy losses could force Kirigakure to end the war sooner, then there was no reason to hesitate. As for Takatsuki, someone so devoted to his village would only continue fighting. This outcome was inevitable. He had completed everything. He obtained the Byakugan, devastated Kirigakure, triggered chaos, destroyed the Mizuki's headquarters, and wiped out hundreds before leaving. A flawless mission. When the reverse summoning ended, Hayashi appeared in Ryuchi Cave. One of the 3 great hidden realms, sealed away within a separate space. Without summoning techniques, it was nearly impossible to reach. For now, it was the safest place in the world. Still, he would not stay long. There were only two paths ahead. Return to Konoha. Or head to the Land of Waves battlefield. After everything he had done, returning to Konoha seemed the wiser choice. At the very least, he needed to report in. He only hoped that Hiruzen Sarutobi would not be too shocked. Chapter 473, Shockwaves of a Single Man. 1077 words. Konoha Village News. Konoha Intelligence Division, July 7th report. Hiruzen Sarutobi, leader of Konohagakure, met today at the Hokage building with Morgans, the head of the Ninja World Economic News Agency, widely known as Big News. The two sides discussed several pressing matters, including the Third Great Ninja War, recent attacks, relations between Konoha and Kirigakure, and the issue of the tailed beasts. Among these, the topic that drew the most attention was Konoha's lightning flash, Uchiha Hayashi. The following is an excerpt from the interview. Morgans, this should be the third time you have accepted an interview with our agency, correct? Hiruzen Sarutobi, that's correct. The first time was when I had just become Hokage, and the second was after Konoha's victory in the Second Great Ninja War. I believe there will be a fourth interview soon. Morgans, you sound very confident that Konoha will win this war. Hiruzen Sarutobi, isn't that obvious? We have already defeated Kirigakure. Morgans, however, according to our sources, Kirigakure has no intention of surrendering. The fourth Mizukage still seems determined to continue resisting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, determined, that is a nice way to put it. But in the face of overwhelming strength, persistence alone has no meaning. Words cannot compete with reality. I believe the fourth Mizukage is a rational man. If he refuses to act rationally, Hayashi would not mind paying Kirigakure another visit, and having a private discussion. Morgans, I will make sure to pass that message along. Speaking of Hayashi, the man known across the ninja world as Konoha's lightning flash, I had hoped to interview him as well. However, he does not appear to be in the village at the moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi, he is currently carrying out a mission. Morgans, would it be possible to disclose his location? At that point, the interview was abruptly interrupted. An ANBU operative stepped forward and confiscated the recording device, leading to a brief confrontation. 10 minutes later, the interview resumed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this is a sensitive time. The question you asked involves classified military information. Also, I would prefer if the previous segment were removed. Morgans, I apologize, but I must uphold professional standards. Accuracy and completeness are essential in reporting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, very well. I am sure Hayashi would be happy to speak with you personally. Morgans, ahem, let us return to the main topic. The events of May shocked the entire ninja world. Konoha's lightning flash infiltrated Kirigakure alone. According to incomplete reports, more than 1,000 ninja and civilians died in that attack, and the village itself suffered devastating destruction. What is your opinion on this matter? Hiruzen Sarutobi, I regret the loss of life, but this is the reality of war. It is harsh and unforgiving. Still, I will restate Konoha's position. We are a village that values peace, but we do not fear war. Konoha will never be the first to deploy Konoha's lightning flash, nor will we use him to threaten peace-loving nations. However, we will not tolerate hostility, incitement of war, or baseless claims such as the so-called Konoha threat theory. Morgans, understood. We have heard the resolve of the third Hokage. Finally, is there anything else you would like to say? Hiruzen Sarutobi, may the ninja world know peace. This concludes the official interview with the third Hokage. The entire village stands united under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The autobiography originally scheduled for release, The Fourth Mizukage, My Struggle, has been postponed indefinitely due to unforeseen circumstances. Small advertisement. Hello everyone, I am Hozuki Takatsuki, head of the Hozuki clan. I was ambushed by Konoha's lightning flash and forced to abandon my body, my spirit barely escaping to the land of demons. I am currently in need of funds to rebuild. If you support me now, when I become the 5th Mizukage and unify the ninja world, I will reward you greatly. If the 3rd Hokage was the first to learn of the catastrophe that struck Kirigakure, then Inoki was not far behind. Despite the great distance between their villages, Iwagakure had always kept a close watch on Kirigakure. The reason was simple, the two had a long-standing feud. Years ago the 2nd Tsuchikage and the 2nd Mizukage battled for 3 days and nights in the Land of Water, ultimately killing each other. The 2nd Tsuchikage had been Inoki's mentor. Because of that loss, Inoki had always paid close attention to Kirigakure's movements. At this moment the conference room was silent. The high-ranking officials of Iwagakure felt shock, but also a sense of relief. Fortunately, that terrifying figure, Konoha's lightning flash, had not appeared on the front lines of the Land of Grass. Otherwise, it might have been Iwagakure facing destruction. Only Inoki's expression continued to darken. Floating slightly above the ground, he read through the intelligence report in silence, deep in thought. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. The younger ninja present could not understand its meaning, but the older generation knew exactly what it represented. Looking out the window, Inoki's thoughts drifted back to a distant memory, to the day he met his teacher and another man. It was not simply unpleasant. It was a nightmare. That day, everything he believed in had been shattered. From that moment he understood a simple truth, in the face of absolute power, all words become meaningless. That man had become a lifelong shadow in Inoki's heart. Later, Uchiha Madara fell in battle against Senju Hashirama. And after that, Hashirama himself passed away. The two towering figures who once dominated the ninja world were gone, allowing every village to breathe again. Inoki believed that the suffocating fear they inspired had vanished with them. But he had been wrong. With the destruction of Kirigakure, the lingering shadow of Madara had reappeared, now embodied in a young Uchiha. In the future, who would dare stand against such a person? Susanoo was not something that could be overcome simply by numbers. And even if it were, would Konoha remain idle? Inoki slowly turned his gaze toward the distant mountains, his expression unreadable. He was a veteran of countless battles. Worrying alone would not change anything. Finally, he spoke in a firm voice. Recall Rashi immediately. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment, 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 474, 474, Great Ninja War 1233 words. Judging from the latest intelligence, Uchiha Hayashi had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The level of deterrence it posed to the tailed beasts was far too great to ignore. In the past, those same eyes had even subdued the 9 tails. Leaving a tailed beast outside the village now brought no sense of security. But Lord Rashi may not be willing to return to the village, a middle-aged jonin said quietly. Rashi belonged to the same generation as the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. His strength was immense, and after becoming a Jinchuriki, his temperament had grown increasingly erratic. This is an order, Inoki replied, his tone firm. I am still the 3rd Tsuchikage. If he refuses to return, then he can stay gone forever. The mention of Rashi stirred Inoki's anger. Not only did Rashi disregard his authority, but as a Jinchuriki, he constantly wandered without restraint. In truth, Inoki had long since run out of patience. Only their shared past as comrades had stopped him from confining Rashi within the village. Across the entire ninja world, which Jinchuriki was allowed such freedom. Even Mito Uzumaki had restrained herself and remained within Konohagakure, after becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet Rashi continued to act as he pleased. If he will not return, send ninja to bring him back by force, Inoki added, his voice growing colder. These were critical times. He had no intention of allowing a disaster like the one that struck Kirigakure to occur in his own village. Rashi had to be placed under strict supervision. Even that was not enough. Iwagakure needed to retain sufficient forces for defense. Relay my orders. All forces stationed in the Takigakure region are to return immediately. Those troops had originally been deployed to guard against Kumogakure. But with the upheaval in Kirigakure, one of the 5 great nations had effectively collapsed. Clinging to a position of strength, while holding forces back under such circumstances would be arrogance. The Third Reikage would understand. If he wished to win the war, he could not afford to invade the land of Earth at this time. There was still a silent understanding between them. Simply put, with a powerful enemy looming, if the 4 great nations failed to secure complete victory in the Third Great Ninja War, then cloud, stone, mist, and sand would all become a joke. Previously, Inoki had intended to redeploy those forces to the grass country front. Now he abandoned that idea. If the village itself fell, any victories on the battlefield would become meaningless. The war would still be lost. The results achieved by Konoha's lightning flash in Kirigakure were not just about removing one village from the war. The true impact lay in the fear it inspired. A strategy that targeted the enemy's home base was terrifying. Failure would have meant nothing, but success changed everything. Until now, every village had believed its defenses were impenetrable. Even if an intruder slipped through, they would be quickly discovered and eliminated. Kirigakure had proven otherwise. Even the most secure village could be breached. And with countless civilians inside, even limited destruction could result in devastating losses. In times of peace, attacking civilians would be condemned. But this was war, a brutal conflict between ninja. There was no room for ideals or mercy. Concerns about reputation meant nothing here. The ninja world had no such concepts. Even Kumogakure, a major power, had repeatedly attempted to infiltrate Konoha to abduct women and children. The 5 great nations waged their wars in smaller countries without hesitation. Accusations of cruelty held no weight among ninja. In response, every village began adopting similar defensive measures. The most decisive action came from 3rd Kazekage, who immediately recalled a quarter of his forces overnight. At present, Tsunagakure was at its weakest, even more so than Kirigakure. 70% of its forces were deployed on the front lines, leaving only minimal defenses within the village. Although their battlefield strength surpassed Konoha due to numbers, their vulnerability at home created a dangerous opportunity. More critically, Tsunagakure no longer had Shikaku. If Konoha ninja infiltrated the village and released Shikaku within its borders, the village would face immediate collapse. Focusing on defense weakened the front lines. It was an unsolvable dilemma. The 3rd Kazekage had been under immense pressure. Without the support of Chiyo, the village elders might have already removed him from power. Among all those dissatisfied, one figure stood out the most. Danzo Shimura. His expression was dark and heavy. Compared to the beginning of the war, Danzo had changed significantly. What was once a simple scar on his chin had now become a fully bandaged right eye. The one responsible was 3rd Reikage. Despite multiple encounters, Danzo had never gained the upper hand. The Reikage's defense was overwhelming. Even with his mastery of wind release, Danzo had been unable to break through. The most terrifying part was not defeat, but the fact that the enemy could stand still and endure every attack without injury. Without the support of Hamura Mitokado and Jiraiya, the situation in the land of hot springs might have spiraled into disaster. Danzo let out a quiet sigh. Back when he was part of a 6-man team, his strength had been considerable. Years without battle had dulled his edge. Perhaps the same was true for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet even with such severe injuries, Danzo refused to withdraw. Was it loyalty to the village? But more than anything, he desired the position of Hokage. He had lost to Hiruzen when the 2nd Hokage made his choice. Now, after this war, Hiruzen would step down. The one with the greatest achievements would have the highest chance of becoming the 4th Hokage. Danzo still held on to that hope. But reality had been unforgiving. Though he and the 3rd Reikage were of similar age, he could not defeat him. He likely could not even overcome the Raikage-san anymore. As he struggled to devise a strategy against Kumogakure, news arrived from Kirigakure. Good news for Konoha. Not necessarily good news for him. He regretted not remaining in the village to monitor Hiruzen. To think that Hiruzen had appointed an Uchiha as the frontline commander. When was the last time a single individual destroyed an entire village? Perhaps during the era of Hashirama Senju. Such overwhelming merit and prestige could no longer be suppressed simply because of the Uchiha name. Danzo took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. At that moment, a rude operative appeared and knelt before him. Danzo-sama, these are the detailed battle reports from Kirigakure. Danzo accepted the scroll and began reading carefully. After a long silence, he spoke. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, only the Mangekyo Sharingan could possess such power. A cold glint appeared in his narrowed eyes as he slowly raised his hand to the bandages covering his right eye. There was nothing beneath them. His eye had been destroyed by the third Raikage. Yet that loss had ignited an even deeper hunger within him. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo already possessed one, though he had hesitated to transplant it. Now his decision was clear. One was not enough. As he read the report describing Hayashi's effortless slaughter of 300 enemy ninja, a greedy light flickered in his eyes. Within the eyes of Kagami's son, there existed a power he desired more than anything. Chapter 475, 475, Konoha's lightning flash 1088 words. The incident in Kirigakure continued to escalate. Every village began strengthening its defenses. Command centers at the front lines analyzed the long-term consequences of the attack, while lower-ranking ninja gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves about the terrifying strength of Konoha's lightning flash. Amid all this noise, Kirigakure itself fell into an unsettling silence. Strengthened defenses. Against whom? The village had already been reduced to ruins. There was barely anything left worth protecting. Discuss the aftermath. There was nothing to discuss. The only option left was to send envoys to Konohagakure and negotiate peace. As for the strength of Konoha's lightning flash, the surviving ninja of Kirigakure had already experienced that overwhelming despair firsthand. None of them wished to relive it. Yet within this suffocating silence, doubts began to surface. Where had the fourth Mizukage gone during the attack? As a Kage, one might not always be the absolute strongest, but they stood among the elite. Had he been present, perhaps the destruction would not have reached such extremes. I went to retrieve the three tails. Seated calmly, Yagura Karatachi spoke without emotion. Before him sat the elders of Kirigakure. These individuals had evacuated to safety at the first sign of danger, escaping harm. The Mizukage's office had been reduced to rubble. This meeting now took place inside a temporary tent set up on the eastern edge of the ruined village. The Three Tails, an elderly man with white hair, questioned, clearly dissatisfied. If there was information about the Three Tails, why not send the 7 ninja swordsmen to handle it? You are the Mizukage. What if something had happened to you? Most of our elite forces are deployed on the battlefield, Yagura replied calmly. If we recalled them, how would we continue the war? It is precisely because of your reckless actions that the village has fallen into this state, the elder said coldly. If you had remained, Konoha's lightning flash might already be dead. The importance of the Three Tails is undeniable, Yagura answered, spreading his hands slightly. No one could have predicted such timing. I did not wish for this either. It was simply unfortunate coincidence. Coincidence, another elder stood abruptly, his anger evident. This cannot be dismissed so easily. To speak frankly, your decision to release the Three Tails Jinchuriki to target Konoha's lightning flash provoked retaliation. This disaster is the result. Yagura's gaze turned cold as it fell on the speaker. Elder Hozuki, are you questioning me? I would not dare, said Hozuki clan representative, his tone unwavering. But our clan leader has died. We deserve an explanation. His reaction was not without reason. In just 6 years, the Hozuki clan had lost 4 leaders in succession. Even the strongest clans would struggle to endure such losses. Other clans had suffered similar fates, many of their members falling during the chaotic final years of the third Mizuki's rule. When Yagura first took power, many believed things would improve. Instead, he had launched a full-scale war in the name of vengeance. Few truly cared to avenge the previous Mizuki. Most had only wished for stability. Yet Yagura proved even more unyielding, a ruler who rarely listened to dissent. Assigning blame now serves no purpose, another elder interjected, easing the tension. The priority is rebuilding the village. Yagura gave a small nod. The daimyo has agreed to fully support the reconstruction of Kirigakure. Unlike Konoha, which could rely on specialized techniques to rebuild efficiently, Kirigakure had no such advantage. Reconstruction would require enormous resources, manpower, and time. Only the daimyo could bear such a burden. But another problem remained. Would Konoha allow them to rebuild in peace? The war was not over. When do you intend to send envoys to negotiate a truce, Mizuki-sama? Asked an elder from the Yuki clan. A truce, in truth, was an admission of defeat. After the Second Great Ninja War, villages like Sunagakure and Iwagakure had been forced to pay heavy reparations for decades. No one could predict how harsh Hiruzen Sarutobi might be in negotiation. Yet peace was necessary. Without it, rebuilding was impossible. Though Konoha had emerged victorious, they too faced pressure on multiple fronts. This offered Kirigakure a narrow opportunity for negotiation. The elders continued their discussion, but Yagura remained silent. Behind that silence lay a deeper will, one unwilling to withdraw so easily. Yet reality left little room for choice. The chaos caused by the release Seiken had nearly wiped out what remained of the village. Had Yagura not returned in time, the consequences would have been far worse. At last he spoke. We will seek peace. For now, withdrawal was the only viable option. Once the village was rebuilt, there might still be a chance to rejoin the war under better conditions. And this time, the 3 tails would be sealed within him. A faint chill flickered in his eyes. Releasing a tailed beast was not a tactic unique to one side. The aftermath of the battle was devastating. Entire sections of Kirigakure had been obliterated. The impact of tailed beast bombs had carved massive craters into the land, some sinking over 10 meters deep. From above, the destruction resembled scars left by falling meteors. Thousands of ninja and civilians had perished. Fortunately, evacuation efforts had prevented even greater loss. Even in ruin, the village held funerals for the fallen. It was a solemn act of respect. Each death represented a shattered family, a loss that could never be replaced. For Kirigakure, which had avoided the worst of previous wars, this grief felt especially heavy. In the vast cemetery, mourners stood in ordered rows, dressed in black and holding white flowers. The contrast was stark. Among them stood Meitarumi, beside Ao, whose body was still wrapped in bandages. She lowered her head and closed her eyes, mourning in silence. The dead were unfortunate. She, on the other hand, had survived. She had faced Konoha's lightning flash. She had witnessed the devastation of a tailed beast bomb. At the brink of despair, she had lived. But that survival came at a cost. Was it mercy? Or something else entirely? She did not know. Whatever the reason, that moment would linger in her heart like a shadow she could not escape. Just as the title of Konoha Sannin carried both honor and burden. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment, 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100. Power Stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 476, 476. The children of the bloody mist. 1158 words. Luck and misfortune were tangled together in this vast cemetery. Misfortune was buried beneath the cold earth, while luck was the only thing still allowed to stand beneath the fading light. After the moment of silence ended, people stepped forward one after another, placing white flowers at the foot of the tombstones. Before long, the ground was completely covered, turning the cemetery into a sea of pale white blossoms. The funeral was finally over. Grief flowed silently through everyone present. Even those mourning their family or friends could not stop moving forward. No matter how heavy their hearts were, life did not wait for anyone. Walking along the forest path, Terumi May was unusually quiet. She was not skipping around like she usually did. Instead, she held Adu's right hand tightly, her expression dark and thoughtful. Adu's left hand was still wrapped in bandages. The injuries she suffered that day had not fully healed yet, but aside from that, she was mostly fine. That was only because that man had shown mercy. Otherwise, Terumi Adu's name would also have been carved into one of those cold tombstones. Two figures appeared at the bend in the road ahead. They were standing still, clearly waiting for May. The small girl spoke softly. Adu-nichan, you can go back first. They are my friends from the Ninja Academy. Adu paused when she saw them. One of them had his face wrapped in white bandages, while the other had a strange shark-like appearance. She remembered clearly that not long ago, May had been calling them useless and even threatened to blow them up with her lava style. And now they were friends. Children's friendships really were impossible to understand. After Adu left, the bandaged boy spoke first. So this is Terumi Adu that you always talk about? Zabuza said loudly. She doesn't look as strong as you described. That happened because of fighting that person. Since that day, May no longer used his name. Uchiha Hayashi had simply become that person to her. Zabuza's eyes lit up with excitement. So the rumors are true. You really met Konoha's lightning flash. May frowned slightly. She was already getting impatient. What exactly do you want from me? Zabuza and Kisame were not bothered by her attitude at all. May had always acted arrogant in the academy anyway. It's nothing, Zabuza laughed. I'm just curious. How did you survive after meeting Konoha's lightning flash? I heard that most people who face him die instantly. May let out a small breath. It wasn't that I escaped. He simply chose not to kill us. Zabuza clicked his tongue and looked at Kisame. Just like I said. That's the kind of mercy only the truly strong can afford. If I ever reach that level, I might also spare the lives of a few ants on the roadside once in a while. Being compared to an ant made May furious. I will kill that person sooner or later. Zabuza burst into laughter. That sounds nice, but you can't even defeat Kisame right now. How exactly are you planning to kill Konoha's lightning flash? May opened her mouth to argue, then suddenly stopped. She could not reveal the truth about her bloodline abilities. That was something that absolutely could not be exposed. Zabuza looked at her with clear disdain. You kids from big clans are all the same. Always hiding things. Afraid others will discover your secrets. Is it really that important? He folded his arms and continued. People like us are different. If we don't constantly prove our strength, we will either become cannon fodder or die before we even graduate from the academy. This was not an exaggeration. Under the rule of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, the hidden mist had already earned the name Bloody Mist. Even academy students were forced to kill each other to graduate. If a child showed no talent, the village would not protect them at all. Kisame nodded quietly beside him. I don't know what you're hiding, he said calmly, but by the time you grow up, Konoha's lightning flash might already have become Hokage. How are you planning to kill someone like that? May looked confused for a moment. But my father said the Uchiha clan can never become Hokage. Zabuza shrugged. I don't understand politics between villages, but I don't believe someone that strong wouldn't become Hokage. There was even a trace of admiration in his voice. If someone like him lived in my village, I would follow him without hesitation. I wouldn't accept anyone else as Kage. Mei fell silent. Kisame noticed something strange in Zabuza's tone, and asked quietly, "So you're not very satisfied with the Mizukage?" Zabuza snorted. "I won't lie. I'm not satisfied at all. Who in the village actually respects him? What kind of leader is he? A baby-faced ruler with no real achievements, yet he became Mizukage." His voice grew colder. "And look at the policies he enforces. The hidden mist is rotting from the inside. If this continues, the village will destroy itself sooner or later." Mei's heart moved slightly. "Do you have a way to save the village?" She was only 5 years old. Kisame was 7 at most. Yet the three of them were already discussing the future of their village like this. It sounded ridiculous, but some people simply matured far earlier than others. Zabuza did not hesitate. If the village really wants to change, there is only one solution. Kill Yagura and start a rebellion. Mei frowned slightly. That's too crude. A rebellion would also hurt the village badly. The village is already ruined, Zabuza replied coldly. What difference does it make now? Mei turned toward Kisame again. What about you? What do you think? Kisame shook his head slowly. I've never thought about those things. I just want to survive. Zabuza looked dissatisfied. What kind of goal is that? Kisame stared into the distance. A thin mist slowly spread across the forest, and the setting sun reflected faintly in his eyes. Some sharks hatch inside the body of the mother shark before they are born, he said quietly. Do you know what happens next? Neither of them answered. Kisame continued calmly. They start eating each other. The moment they hatch, they fight until only one survives. The others become food. He paused briefly. The hidden mist is just like that mother shark. We are the ones inside it. The ninja world itself is another mother shark, and our village is only one of the young sharks struggling to survive. His voice became softer. And me. I just want to stay alive. I don't want to die during some meaningless mission. And I definitely don't want to die like those ordinary people, killed simply because they were standing too close to someone else's battle. The forest fell completely silent. Even Mei could not find a single word to respond. Chapter 477, Dreams of the Future in the Bloody Mist. 1578 words. Ninjas eventually became used to life and death, but the three children were still too young to ignore it completely. Not far from them was the graveyard filled with cold corpses. Death was not something distant or vague. It was real, close enough to touch, only one step away. To die like that, without achieving anything, would be both tragic and meaningless. Terumi tilted her head slightly and stared quietly at the lake that shimmered under the fading sunlight. For several days now, her mind had been replaying that battle over and over again. Every moment felt as if it had been frozen in place. Strong, and even stronger. No other words could describe what she had seen. She had personally witnessed a battle at the very peak of the ninja world. And that had only been a shadow clone. If even a clone was that terrifying, then how powerful must the real body be? Her father had told her that the Mun attacked the hidden mist only to take back a Hyuga girl's Byakugan. To go that far just to protect a bond like that, Mei had never imagined something like it before. Could she do the same one day? Mei stared at the distant water, completely lost in thought. After that day, Kisame's greatest wish became simple: to stay alive. Mei's wish became something entirely different. With enough power, you could protect anything. You could stop anything. If she had been stronger than that Mun, perhaps the hidden mist would not have suffered so much damage. Mei sighed quietly, feeling an emptiness she could not explain. The three of them remained silent for a long time, each lost in their own thoughts, until Zabuza suddenly broke the silence. Then I will change everything myself. I don't care about the other villages, but the hidden mist must change. He had finally spoken his real dream aloud. I know it won't be easy. Even if I fail and become a rogue ninja, I still have to try. Mei lifted her head and looked straight at him. So what exactly are you planning to do? Zabuza grinned. The same thing as always. Kill Yagura and start a coup. Mei frowned slightly. That's only a long-term goal. What about now? Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, I plan to force the village to cancel the policy where students have to kill each other to graduate. Mei's expression immediately changed. What exactly are you trying to do? Zabuza shook his head. Don't get involved. Just remember this, I will graduate early. When that happens, don't graduate at the same time as me. I don't want to fight you. Mei clicked her tongue in annoyance when he refused to explain any further. Stop trying to act mysterious. Kisame watched the two of them argue and quietly showed a faint smile, revealing a row of sharp teeth. He rarely cared about other people's business. Zabuza's plans had nothing to do with him. Just like he had said before, all he wanted was to stay alive. The three of them slowly walked toward the hidden mist village. When they reached a crossroads and were about to separate, Mei suddenly spoke again. What do you really want? You didn't come just to ask how I survived, right? Zabuza smiled lazily. Nothing special. I just wanted to understand how strong Konoha's lightning flash really is. When the explosion happened, we were taken to a safe place. By the time we came back, the entire village had already turned into ruins. Of course, I want to know what actually happened. Mei's eyes suddenly lit up. So you want to kill him too? Then join me. Zabuza immediately rolled his eyes. Sorry, I'm not interested. He attacked our village. Mei said angrily. Zabuza calmly put his hands behind his head. That doesn't mean I want to die for nothing. Even if I killed Konoha's lightning flash, would the village recover? Would the dead come back? Mei was suddenly speechless. And even if he never becomes Hokage, he is still a hero in Konoha. If someone kills him, do you think Konoha would just ignore it? Zabuza's tone became colder. If someone kills a hero like that, Konoha would definitely take revenge. A new ninja war could easily start, and the hidden mist would suffer even more. Mei's expression froze slightly after hearing that. Kisame suddenly spoke from the side. If you can defeat Konoha's lightning flash, you would already be at that level. Why would you be afraid of war with Konoha? Mei immediately reacted. If I'm that strong, Konoha should be afraid of me instead. Zabuza glared at Kisame, then shook his head. That's not how it works. Lightning Flash is strong, but the other villages haven't surrendered to him, have they? Mei instinctively nodded. That means he is not invincible. Every village has powerful ninjas who can fight him. And Konoha itself still has many strong ninjas. Even if Lightning Flash dies, the village would not collapse. Zabuza continued calmly. The Sannin, the White Fang, the third Hokage. Killing one person won't change everything. Mei slowly fell silent again. And Konoha is already fighting several enemies at once. If they focused everything on the land of water, how long do you think the hidden mist could survive? Mei could not answer at all. So instead of thinking about revenge, it is far more realistic to overthrow Yagura and change the village from the inside. Mei understood that his words made sense, but something still felt wrong. If someone destroyed your village and you could not even take revenge, then what kind of ninja were you? Even so, she had to admit that the hidden mist was already in a terrible state. If nothing changed, it might collapse sooner or later. She turned her head and looked at Kisame. What about you? You're not the type to gossip. Why are you interested in that man? Kisame did not seem bothered by her tone at all. The sword Samahata is in Konoha's Lightning Flash's hands. I want it back. Mei immediately understood. After the death of Fuguki-Suikazan, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the sword had fallen into someone else's hands. So you want to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen too? That won't be easy. Kisame only gave a faint smile. That would only be the last option. Mei curled her lips. Don't tell me you still expect the Hozuki clan to summon the sword back. They already tried and failed. As the daughter of the Terumi clan leader, she naturally knew a lot of internal information. Kisame shook his head slightly. Even if they managed to summon it back, they would never give it to me. So it doesn't matter who has it right now. Mei nodded slightly, then turned to Zabuza again. And what about you? Do you also want to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Zabuza's eyes flashed with ambition. I do want to become one of them, but the lightning blade is not my goal. I want the Kobikirabocho. Mei raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't that sword still with Senior Juzo? Zabuza smiled faintly. It won't stay in his hands forever. Mei suddenly burst into laughter. Zabuza wanted Kobikirabocho, and wanted to kill the 4th Mizukage. Kisame only wanted to survive and take back Samahata. And she wanted to defeat that man. None of them had even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet, but they were already talking about things like this. Zabuza spoke proudly. Ninjas need dreams. Even the weakest person wants to rise one day. Besides, we are doing this for the future of the Hidden Mist. Mei nodded slowly, then spoke in a serious voice. The 1st Mizukage once said that in the sea near the land of water, when a whale dies, its body sinks slowly to the bottom of the ocean. That body can feed countless creatures for a long time. She looked at the two of them. He called it whale fall. The Hidden Mist is like a giant whale that protects us. And we must repay it before we die. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Mei noticed it immediately and her cheeks turned slightly red. Is something wrong? Zabuza snorted. We're living in a different era now. Things like the spirit of the Hidden Mist or the will of fire are just stories told to children. Mei almost lost her temper again. At that moment, Kisame suddenly spoke calmly. I also know another version of that story. Do you want to hear it? Zabuza smirked. What, another one of your strange shark stories? Mei crossed her arms. Ignore him and just say it. Kisame nodded slightly and spoke in a quiet voice. In the northern sea of the land of water, there is a type of shark. After it dies, its body also sinks slowly to the bottom of the sea. He paused slightly. It also has a name. Mei immediately spoke. Shark fall. Zabuza laughed. Or maybe shark death. Kisame only smiled faintly and did not answer. Then he quietly turned and walked away. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 478. For 78, the commander called away. 1242 words. A sharp sound cut through the air behind him, fast and violent, like something tearing the wind apart. Hayashi reacted on instinct. He twisted sideways and threw himself behind a tree just as several short blades struck the trunk with rapid clack, clack, clack sounds. Bits of bark scattered across his shoulder. Give up, the enemy ninja said in a calm, almost bored tone. Hayashi bent forward slightly, hands on his knees as he tried to steady his breathing. His chest rose and fell sharply, but his eyes remained clear. Can I say something? He muttered between breaths. I don't want to hear it. Wave Country, Konoha Outpost. Hayashi sat in a chair facing the sea, one leg crossed over the other as the wind from the coast moved through the quiet camp. In his hands was the latest installment of Jiraiya's novel, and he read it aloud in a deep, dramatic voice, deliberately exaggerating every sentence. When he reached a particularly intense scene, he waved his arms too enthusiastically, and nearly jabbed Nawaki in the eye. Nawaki shot him an annoyed glare, then turned to Nono with a pitiful expression, hoping for sympathy. Unfortunately for him, she did not even look up. Nono was completely focused on checking Himeji's eyes, examining them carefully, as if the rest of the world did not exist. Nawaki sighed quietly, looking even more miserable. Hayashi continued reading without mercy. When the story reached another dramatic moment, Mikoto suddenly grabbed his arm. She looked nervous, as if the tension of the story had pulled her in completely. The problem was that she had no control over her strength. Hayashi hissed sharply. The sudden pressure made his arm ache, and he almost bit his tongue while trying not to shout. Nawaki immediately showed a smug expression, clearly enjoying the situation. Hayashi paused for a second, glanced at him coldly, then calmly continued reading as if nothing had happened. From his point of view, Jiraiya's novel, the one with Naruto as the main character, was not particularly impressive. The plot was average at best, and the writing was not very polished. Only certain scenes felt natural, as if they were written by someone with real experience. Still, entertainment in the ninja world was scarce. A passionate story like this was more than enough to attract readers, especially people like the ones sitting around him now, who were completely absorbed in every word. Finally, Hayashi closed the newspaper and spoke softly. "That's the end." "That's it?" Mikoto asked immediately, clearly dissatisfied. "That's all there is." "I already told you not to get too invested," Hayashi said with a small shrug. "Uncle Jiraiya has only finished a small part of the book. The word count is short, and his updates are painfully slow. Wasn't it your idea in the first place?" Nawaki said without hesitation. "Something about a marketing plan and releasing it chapter by chapter. Jiraiya originally planned to finish the entire book before publishing it. However, Hayashi had suggested that he release it in serialized form through newspapers first, then publish physical copies later. That way it would build popularity and make money at the same time. Jiraiya, who was always short on funds, had agreed immediately. The result was surprisingly successful. Even ninjas on the battlefield were subscribing to the newspaper just to read the story. For a while, it earned a ridiculous amount of money. The only problem was the update speed. As a commander, Jiraiya was far too busy. He barely had time to rest, let alone write new chapters. What started as daily updates slowly became weekly ones, and now it had already turned into monthly releases. "I deserve half the credit for this book," Nawaki said proudly. "I gave him plenty of material." Seeing that Nono was listening seriously, he puffed up his chest even more, as if the success of the novel belonged entirely to him. Hayashi sighed. "There is even a character in the story that was written because of you," he said calmly. "The one named Chenggu. Didn't you ask for that yourself? If I remember correctly, he ended up marrying 7 women." Nawaki froze. Nono glanced at him quietly, and his face turned red instantly, like a watermelon left under the sun for too long. Feeling the danger, he quickly pointed at Hayashi. "He also." Hayashi coughed loudly and cut him off before he could continue. "By the way, Nono," he said quickly, changing the topic, "how are Himeji's eyes now?" "They're completely fine," Nono replied calmly. "There is no difference compared to before the injury." "Then thank you." Himeji blinked a few times. There was a faint smile in her eyes, and she looked at Hayashi quietly. "So what happens at the end?" she asked softly. Everyone immediately looked at him. As the person who helped edit the novel, he obviously knew the ending. "Do you really want to know?" Hayashi asked. "Spoilers ruin the story." "Just tell us," Mikoto said, leaning closer. "Spoilers are the best part." Hayashi cleared his throat, then spoke in a serious tone. "At the end, Naruto finally marries a very beautiful girl. But on the wedding day, the bride's entire family looks down on him because of the fox sealed inside him. Even his friends feel complicated about it." Silence fell over the group. Makoto blinked. What kind of ending is that? Yeah, Nono said with a small frown. That sounds disappointing. Jiraiya is just writing whatever he wants, Nawaki added immediately. What does he know about real stories? You're the one who asked for the spoiler, Hayashi replied calmly. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly stopped talking. His expression became slightly more serious. A jonin had appeared not far away. Lord Hayashi, Lord Tsukumo is asking for you. Understood, Hayashi replied. He placed the newspaper down, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. Looks like I have to go. You guys continue talking. They all nodded. As a young commander, he was naturally extremely busy, especially during wartime. However, the war in the Land of Water had already reached its end. The entire outpost had slowly fallen into an unusually quiet state. This was not surprising. Most wars ended after long periods of exhaustion and slow victories. But this time, the result came too suddenly. Even the people on the front lines had not fully adjusted yet. The village had not adjusted either. Meetings were being held constantly to decide what should happen next. Which battlefield needed reinforcement, which troops should return, and how the war would continue. Half a month passed like this. During that time, the name of Konoha's lightning flash spread across the entire ninja world. For the first time, his reputation even began to surpass the legendary Sannin and the White Fan, and it was slowly approaching the level of the village's strongest figures. The ninjas of Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure all pulled back their battle lines and strengthened their defenses. None of them were willing to attack recklessly anymore. Thousands of Konoha ninjas remained stationed in the Land of Water. Because of Hayashi's actions, their casualties had been far lower than expected. That kind of powerful force could change the outcome of any battlefield instantly. Even so, the great nations had no intention of ending the war. Kirigakure had already withdrawn, but the Third Great Ninja War was still continuing. Chapter 479, Orders from the Hokage 1007 words. What happened? Crossing most of the camp, Hayashi entered the main tent. Inside, only Shuomao and Lu Yun were present, bent over a large map and discussing strategy. Seeing Hayashi walk in, Shuomao's face lit up with a small smile. The third Hokage's order has arrived. Has it finally come? Hayashi asked, relief and curiosity in his voice. For the past few days, the ninjas in the camp had remained idle, waiting for instructions from the Hokage. Though Kirigakure had been defeated, many enemy ninjas still lingered in the Land of Hot Water. The third Hokage had now ordered the removal of the blockade along the sea route to signal a gesture of goodwill. Konoha would not pursue further incursions into the Land of Water, showing respect and strength simultaneously. At the same time, this unintentional deep incursion came with a condition: Kirigakure had to demonstrate proper submission. The third Hokage had not sent Hayashi and the other troops to different fronts, partly out of caution. He did not want Yagura to act rashly but also to exert a psychological deterrent. It was a conservative approach. If Hayashi were in the Hokage's position, he would have ordered the front lines to press into the Land of Water until Kirigakure surrendered, rather than dragging out half a month of idle waiting. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been ruthless. Hayashi remembered the story of how Sarutobi had forced the Land of Rain to pay reparations for over a century. Hearing the numbers back then had shocked him so much he had dropped his melon seeds. But now the Hokage was older, and the surrounding threats of the four great nations made cautious decisions necessary. Stability was valued over reckless aggression. So Kirigakure has finally sent envoys to sue for peace? Hayashi asked. Yes, Lu Yun replied, nodding. The envoys have already reached the village. Hayashi understood, this was just the initial wave of negotiators. The Hokage would not personally attend these early talks, nor would the Mizukage. Only after the basic terms were established would a meeting between the Kage occur. But negotiations wouldn't last long. Kirigakure's reconstruction was imminent, and Konoha needed to withdraw from the Land of Water promptly. These details, however, were not Hayashi's primary concern. He would not be attending negotiations, like he had during the Second Shinobi World War. His focus was on troop deployment and other active fronts. "Which battlefield does the order require us to go to?" Hayashi asked. He had initially expected the Land of Hot Water, considering Kumogakure's fierce reputation. Reinforcing nearby troops made sense strategically. Shuomao, however, named a location that shocked him. The Land of Rain. The Land of Rain. Hayashi's brow furrowed. He felt he must have misheard. At the start of the Third Shinobi World War, Danzo had traveled there as an envoy. Though the discussions remained secret, Hanzo had publicly declared neutrality, even warning that anyone opening a battlefield in the Land of Rain would be treated as siding with the enemy. This central country had been largely ignored, and now it was about to enter the war, a move likely motivated by promises from other nations. Have the three great powers allied with the Land of Rain? Hayashi asked, calculating the potential consequences. If so, the battlefield would resemble the start of the Second Shinobi World War, only with Kumogakure's addition. Shuomao shook his head. Based on current intelligence, the villages have no intention of forming alliances. It was different from the beginning of the Second War, when forces immediately converged on the Land of Rain. Now, after almost 2 years of stalemated battles, the situation had changed. For example, Tsunagekyure's territory had been infiltrated by Konoha forces. Even if reinforcements were available, ninjas could not easily be dispatched to the Land of Rain. Concentrating troops in major fronts nearby made far more sense strategically. Additionally, keeping the fighting in one location ensured Konoha's supply lines remained secure rather than overextended. There was no benefit for any village to pursue a second front. Hanzo intends to face us with the strength of a single village. That is bold, Hayashi commented with a faint smile. Indeed, Lu Yun agreed, but there is another challenge. What challenge? Hayashi asked. We can only take half the available ninjas, Lu Yun explained. Hayashi frowned. Leaving half behind to monitor Kirigakure seems excessive. Lu Yun shook her head. These ninjas will return to the village after the agreement is signed. The impression Konoha has made in Kirigakure has been overwhelming. The other villages are cautious, and Konoha itself cannot risk leaving the home base vulnerable. Even now, precautions were extreme. Kushina, once able to move freely, now had her range restricted, while Umbu numbers around her had doubled. The Shikaka seal was stored securely in Enma's lair, far from prying hands. Even facing only the Land of Rain, half of Konoha's ninjas were more than sufficient. Hayashi and Shuomao's skills could handle the pressure easily. Then when do we depart? Hayashi asked. In 3 days, Shuomao answered. Meanwhile, far away in the Land of Hot Water, Danzo's face twisted in frustration upon hearing news from the Land of Rain. This fool went back on his word. Danzo had personally negotiated neutrality with the Land of Rain and guaranteed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now that achievement, his only claim to prestige was gone. Am I really someone to be bullied? A glint of cold fire flashed in his eyes. The bandages across his face only added to his intimidating presence. A masked ninja appeared, kneeling silently. Send ninjas to contact Akatsuki. Provide funds and supplies where needed. Make them stronger, faster. Also have Ming, currently embedded within Akatsuki, take control of their leader, Yahiko. If that fails, eliminate him. Yes, sensei, the root ninja replied, bowing sharply before vanishing. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment, 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 480, Ideals 1399 words. Rain fell without pause. A steady drizzle blanketed the forest, as if the sky had no intention of clearing. Beneath the curtain of rain, four ninja in black hooded cloaks moved swiftly through the trees, their figures flickering in and out of sight. Suddenly, the middle-aged leader raised his hand. The group halted at once, each landing on separate branches in a loose formation, eyes fixed ahead with caution. About 100 meters away, two figures stood atop a large tree. Both appeared to be teenagers. Shinobi from Amigakure, the middle-aged ninja, Daibutsu, muttered as he glanced at their headbands, his expression turning serious. This was the land of rain, territory of Hanzo. Even in chaos, anyone who was not from the five great nations had to respect the will of the so-called demigod. But something felt off. Since when did Hanzo involve himself in such small matters? Daibutsu and his team were mercenaries, hired to raid a village. Normally, such a minor job would never attract Hanzo's attention. No passage allowed, the yellow-haired boy said, forcing his voice deeper. Even so, the strain of adolescence made it crack slightly. Daibutsu narrowed his eyes. Is Hanzo interfering with our mission? The boy shook his head. We wear Amigakure headbands, but we are not his subordinates. He paused briefly, then spoke with conviction. If you need a name, we are the guardians of the land of rain. Before he could say anything more, Daibutsu's group moved. No more words. Hand seals flashed. Earth release, rock pillar spears. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground and shot toward the two teenagers. No patience at all, Yahiko scoffed. He pushed off the branch, dodging the attack while forming hand seals. Water release, water fang bullet. The charging ninja was instantly torn apart by high-speed jets of water. Yahiko's eyes sharpened. An earth clone. A sudden killing intent surged from behind. Earth release, rock impalement. Stone rods shot forward like spears. Nagato leapt into position. Water release, water formation wall. A surging wall of water rose and blocked the attack. The moment Daibutsu revealed himself, the remaining three rushed in. They spread out quickly, forming a circle around the two teenagers. Yahiko and Nagato remained calm. They had faced situations like this countless times. It did not shake them in the slightest. 10 minutes later, Daibutsu crouched behind a tree, breathing heavily. His face was pale with disbelief. At first, he had underestimated them. Now he knew better. These two were monsters. Especially the red-haired boy. Nagato barely spoke, standing quietly like a follower. Yet in just a few minutes, he had used all 5 basic nature transformations. And his chakra showed no signs of running out. What kind of person was this? Fear crept into Daibutsu's chest. He peeked out and saw that his 3 teammates had already been subdued. Without hesitation, he decided to flee. Survival came first. It always had. He had long since grown used to abandoning others if it meant living another day. Even if their strength had been equal, he would not have risked his life. Let alone now. When I get stronger, I will come back for revenge, he muttered as he slipped away. You're over there. Nagato's calm voice cut through the rain. Daibutsu cursed under his breath and broke into a sprint. But after barely 100 meters, an explosion erupted beside him. A paper bomb. The blast sent him flying. Dazed, he pushed himself up, only to feel cold steel press against his throat. I surrender, he said immediately, raising his hands. Yahiko smiled and tied all 4 of them together. Daibutsu let out a quiet breath. If they intended to kill them, they would not have bothered with this. Yahiko stepped back and clapped his hands lightly. I can let you go, but there are conditions. What conditions? One of the Chunin asked quickly. You may leave, but you must promise never to attack that village again. That's all. The Chunin blinked, stunned. Yahiko raised an eyebrow. It sounded simple, but few actually kept such promises. He had seen it many times. People would swear not to kill, only to return the next day for another mission. Do not take chances, Yahiko continued. If I find out you break your word, you will not be this lucky again. I will send you to the land of wind to dig sand. The Chunin shivered. Daibutsu spoke seriously. I can promise not to return. But the employer will not give up. Others will come. Yahiko smiled calmly. Thanks for the warning. But whether it is 10 attacks or 100, we will stand our ground until they are willing to talk. Daibutsu frowned. These two were not just strong. They were naive. Then take this as advice, he said. Defense will not solve anything. Find the employer and eliminate them. Yahiko shook his head. That only creates more hatred. I believe people can understand each other. Conflicts can be resolved without killing. He looked at them sincerely. That is why I let you live. Are you serious? The Chunin asked. In the world of shinobi, talk of peace sounded absurd. Yet Yahiko only smiled, bright and unwavering. We are Akatsuki. We fight to change that thinking. We will use strength when necessary, but we will not abuse it. If people understand pain and open their hearts, they can understand each other. Only then can hatred be reduced. He paused. You all want peace too, don't you? Silence followed. Yahiko bent down and picked a few blades of grass. One blade is fragile. But together they become stronger. The grass snapped in his hands. An awkward silence spread. Yahiko sighed. Then imagine a whole bundle. If we gather people with the same dream, we can make it real. Half an hour later, after a long speech, Nagato cut their ropes. As Daibutsu left, he glanced back at Yahiko, his expression complicated. On the way back, Yahiko chewed on a blade of grass, looking dissatisfied. Nagato, was my speech that bad? Nagato shook his head. I think it was good. I hear your words in my head every night. Yahiko fell silent. The Akatsuki base sat in a remote town. From a distance, the buildings looked like they were made of pipes, their surfaces rusted from constant rain. It was not beautiful, but it suited the land of rain well. Inside, several members gathered as soon as Yahiko and Nagato returned. Boss, how did it go? A chubby man asked with a grin. With boss around, there is nothing to worry about, another added. Most members were older than Yahiko, yet they followed him willingly. His ideals and charisma drew them in. We have a lot of requests lately, a bald man said, holding a mission list. Some are trivial. Do we really need to take them all? Yes, Yahiko replied firmly. We help anyone in need. That is our mission. I wish we had influence like Hanzo, another muttered. Yahiko smiled. One day, Akatsuki will stand on equal ground with him. After handling matters below, Yahiko and Nagato moved to the second floor. Leaning on the railing, Yahiko exhaled softly. Akatsuki has grown. Nagato nodded. People believe in your dream. Yahiko clenched his fist slightly. If we stay united, we can achieve the peace Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. He looked around. Where is Konan? She stepped out earlier, a voice answered. A young man approached with a gentle smile. It was Iota. Yahiko nodded, reassured. Iota had joined not long ago, but he was capable and handled internal affairs well. Nagato, however, frowned slightly. He did not trust him. Something about that smile felt off. Do you need something? Yahiko asked. There are two matters, Iota said calmly. First, a shinobi contacted us. He is interested in our ideals and wants to provide support. Yahiko's eyes lit up. Akatsuki lacked funds. This could change things. I do not know his identity, Iota continued. But he will return in 5 days to meet you. Yahiko nodded. And the second? Iota's smile did not change. Hanzo has begun mobilizing his forces. A brief pause. It seems he is preparing for war with Konoha. Yahiko's expression froze. Chapter 481, 481. A flicker of light in the rain. 12:54 words. Evening settled in, and the rain finally eased. Outside the cave, several lush canna plants grew thickly, their wide leaves partially concealing the entrance. Water droplets gathered at the tips, occasionally slipping through and falling onto the stone below, creating a slow, rhythmic sound. If one listened long enough, even their heartbeats seemed to calm. Conan sat on a small stool made of folded paper, quietly reading a newspaper under the dim glow of a candle. When she reached an amusing passage, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I knew I would find you here." Footsteps approached. The leaves at the entrance were gently pushed aside, revealing Yahiko's familiar, cheerful face. As he stepped inside, the water collected on the leaves poured down, splashing into the shallow puddles and sending ripples outward. Behind him stood Nagato, holding an oil paper umbrella. "You're back." Conan stood and reached out to take it. Nagato shook his head and placed the umbrella by the entrance. "Stay seated." "That's right. You are injured, so act like a patient," Yahiko added, his tone carrying concern. "Why come out here alone? It is not safe." "With you two gone, I do not like staying with the others," Conan replied softly. She lowered her head slightly, then nudged a small stone with her foot, sending it into a puddle. Water splashed up and hit Yahiko. "Sorry, I did not mean to," she said quickly. With a small motion of her hand, several sheets of paper appeared and gently brushed against Yahiko, wiping away the water. "Conan, you are still careless," Yahiko muttered. "I already apologized." "You are the one being petty," Conan shot back. Nagato watched them quietly, a faint smile on his face. He had seen this scene countless times, yet it never grew old. If only things could remain like this forever. He did not seek anything grand. Even with the legendary Rinnegan, said to be the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, all he truly wanted was a peaceful, ordinary life. But Yahiko desired peace for the world. So the world would have peace. To Nagato, Yahiko and Conan were everything. No matter the cost, he would help Yahiko achieve that dream. After drying himself, Yahiko noticed the newspaper on the stool. "What is this?" "Oh, this." Conan picked it up and waved it slightly. "I got it from another shinobi during a mission. It is serializing Jiraiya-sensei's novel." "Jiraiya-sensei's novel?" Yahiko's expression immediately changed. "Conan, are you sure you should be reading that?" Even now, Yahiko's strongest impression of Jiraiya-sensei had not changed. He still remembered that winter, when Jiraiya-sensei left him, and Nagato standing guard in the freezing wind while he went off for so-called research. Yahiko had been shivering from the cold. At one point, he had wanted to sneak a look, not for any deep reason, just to distract himself. But Nagato had stopped him. During their struggle, Nagato stepped on a stray dog they had been feeding, and the two of them were chased across 3 streets. Meanwhile, Jiraiya-sensei remained completely focused, peering into the bathhouse as if nothing else in the world mattered. That was when Yahiko fully understood his teacher's personality. Later, he and Nagato had secretly looked through some of Jiraiya-sensei's manuscripts. Every single one of them was inappropriate. They even kept a few copies hidden. So hearing that Conan was reading one now made Yahiko instinctively wary. "It is not like that," Conan said, sticking out her tongue slightly. "This is his new novel, the one he has been planning for a long time. The one with Naruto as the main character." Yahiko asked after thinking for a moment. "Yes, that one." Yahiko was about to respond when Nagato suddenly paused. "Do you smell something burning?" Conan jumped to her feet. The sautéed bird is still on the fire. Deeper inside the cave stood a wooden table. It was clean, though clearly worn from years of use. Yahiko and Conan sat across from each other while Nagato worked nearby, trying to salvage the meal Conan had nearly ruined. The kettle began to boil, its lid rattling softly as steam filled the cave. In the end, Nagato is the one saving the day. You really are careless, Yahiko teased. I just forgot to watch the fire, Conan replied, raising her fist slightly, her short blue hair swaying. Among the three of them, Nagato had always been the one who cooked. Conan's attempts rarely turned out well. Even during their time training under Jiraiya-sensei, it had been the same. As Nagato worked, Conan resumed reading the novel aloud. Yahiko leaned back slightly, glancing around the cave with a nostalgic expression. This was the place where the three of them had first met Hayashi, Mikoto, and Nawaki. Back then, the Second Shinobi World War had just begun. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. They had grown from children into young adults, while Hayashi and the others had likely matured even further. Time moved quickly. Yahiko wondered how they were doing now. Probably well. After all, the name Konoha's lightning flash had spread even to this remote corner of the land of rain. When he first heard that Hayashi had infiltrated Kirigakure alone and brought an end to the war, Yahiko had been stunned. That was when he truly realized that some shinobi possessed the power to end wars by themselves. But when news followed of the heavy casualties in Kirigakure, Yahiko fell silent. That was not the kind of peace he sought. Peace achieved through overwhelming force still left behind hatred. Was that truly peace? Jiraiya-sensei once said that a day would come when people could understand each other. But even now, Yahiko could not fully grasp which path was right. He let out a quiet sigh. He still remembered gathering the courage to ask Hayashi to take him as a disciple, only to be turned down. It felt like it had happened just yesterday. If things had gone differently, they might never have met Jiraiya-sensei. Everything could have changed. Conan's voice continued softly as she reached the final part of the story. As long as we live in this cursed shinobi world, we can never truly know peace. Then I will break that curse. If peace exists, I will seize it. I will never give up. Their eyes met. Leaves drifted quietly through the air. Who are you? He looked up toward the sky beyond the trees. My name is Naruto. I have decided. Yahiko suddenly stood up, startling both Conan and Nagato. What is it? They asked almost at the same time. Determination burned in Yahiko's eyes. I am going to negotiate with Hanzo. Conan blinked in surprise. I cannot just watch the land of rain fall into war again. I will find him and stop this before it begins. The land of rain has suffered through war for too long. Hanzo understands that pain. He must also want peace. Yahiko clenched his fists slightly. I believe he can understand us. He looked at them both, his voice steady. Driving away darkness and bringing light and hope to the world, that is the meaning of Akatsuki. I'll drop one bonus chapter for every 10 reviews, leave a review/comment. One bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Chapter 482, 482, Demigod 1591 words. The Rain Ninja Village was always shrouded in silence and endless rain. At the very center of the village stood a tall tower. Compared to the plain and worn buildings that surrounded it, the tower looked far more refined, almost out of place. It was not grand in the way the great villages built their structures, but in Rain Village it was the most imposing sight anyone could see. Inside that tower lived the leader of the village, Hanzo. The tower was guarded heavily day and night. Ordinary villagers never had the chance to get close, and even most ninjas could only stand at a distance and look up with respect. To them, the tower was more than just a residence. It was a symbol of protection, the reason their village had not been wiped out long ago. Without Hanzo, a small country like the Land of Rain would never have survived the constant wars that surrounded it. Among all the shinobi in the world, who else could be called a demigod? Even the 5 Kage of the great nations did not receive such a title. Because of that, the ninjas of Rain Village often raised their heads to look toward the tower at dusk. When they saw the lone figure standing high above, their expressions were filled with admiration and quiet fanaticism. Hanzo rarely showed himself in public. He was cautious by nature and never trusted crowds. Still, he had one habit that he never changed. Every evening, when the rain became heavier and the sky darkened, he would step onto the roof and stand alone, overlooking the entire village. The rain poured down endlessly, striking his body again and again. Even so, he did not move. It was as if the storm itself had become a part of him. Some people said that the rain of the land of rain was the country crying. Hanzo did not believe that. To him, the rain was something else entirely. It was washing away filth. It was the only thing that could clean a land filled with blood, betrayal, and endless conflict. The land of rain had been dragged into far too many wars. Every day there were schemes, lies, and assassinations. It had become a place where the darkest parts of a ninja's nature gathered. If there was any place in the world that could be called dirty, it was here. That was why he liked the rain. Hanzo leaned lightly against the railing and looked into the distance. His eyes were calm, but deep enough to feel ancient. If he had been someone who traveled through time, he might have raised his hand proudly and said that the land before him was his conquest. But he was not such a man. And more importantly, he had no successor. For someone who was called a demigod, the fact that he could not find a single person worthy of inheriting his position felt almost humiliating. Rain Village was powerful for a small nation, stronger than most minor villages, yet none of its younger generation could stand out enough to take his place. Thinking about it only made him more envious of the 5 great nations. Their geniuses appeared endlessly. One generation had not even finished growing before another one appeared. It was as if talent grew there like weeds, impossible to suppress. Yet those same great villages did not even know how to value their own people. Kirigakure once implemented the Bloody Mist policy, forcing their own students to kill one another just to graduate. Even now, the brutality of that era still lingered. Hanzo could never understand such behavior. It felt like a poor man watching a rich man waste food. The difference between them was simply too large. Because of that, he had always looked down on the 5 Kage deep inside his heart. If he had been born in one of those great villages, he believed he could have done far better than any of them. That confidence did not come only from pride. It came from strength. Before the Second Shinobi World War began, Hanzo had already fought against both the Hokage and the Kazekage. During that battle, he faced the two of them at the same time. Even though the fight ended without a clear victory, Hanzo was the one who suffered the least injuries. That was the reason the title of demigod spread so quickly throughout the ninja world. Konoha and Tsunagakure never denied it. Even if the title carried hidden malice, it could not change one fact. At that time, Hanzo truly was terrifyingly powerful. He had risen from a small country with nothing. Compared to the Kage of the 5 great nations, his path was far more difficult and far more legendary. When the older generation of powerful shinobi gradually disappeared, especially after several great figures passed away, Hanzo became one of the strongest living ninjas. The title of demigod did not feel exaggerated at all. Unfortunately, that confidence was shattered once the Second Shinobi World War truly began. Hanzo had joined that war because he was dissatisfied. He was dissatisfied with his own position, and even more dissatisfied with the position of the Rain Village in the ninja world. Under his rule, the village had grown stronger and more stable. Because of that, he wanted something greater. He wanted Rain Village to stand on equal footing with the 5 great ninja villages. He wanted the 5 great nations to become the 6 great nations. At the time, the idea sounded exciting. Reality was cruel. It took only 2 years for the Land of Rain to be completely defeated. During the decisive battle, Hanzo was blocked by 3 young ninjas working together. He could not break through them even after using everything he had. Outside the battlefield, the war continued, but Hanzo himself could not move forward even a single step. After that war ended, 4 heroes rose to fame. The 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha, and Konoha's lightning flash. And Hanzo became the biggest joke in the entire ninja world. That defeat forced him to face the truth he had avoided for years. The land of rain was trapped between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. It had almost no resources, and its economy was fragile. No matter how strong he was personally, he could not change the fate of the entire country alone. Strength alone could not challenge the structure of the world. After the war, Konoha sent Shimura Danzo from the Root organization to negotiate. In the end, the Land of Rain was forced to sign a humiliating agreement. According to the terms, Rain Village had to pay an enormous amount of compensation. With the country's current finances, it would take at least 200 years to repay the debt. The defeat itself had already crushed Hanzo's confidence. The agreement destroyed what remained. He had supported the entire country by himself for years. Once his spirit broke, the country began to decline along with him. More and more ninjas in the village began to oppose his leadership. Some left entirely and became rogue ninjas. In their eyes, Hanzo was no longer strong enough to lead them toward prosperity. Did he not want to remain strong? Of course he did. But what had strength brought him in the end? Only a debt that could never be repaid, and the constant threat of another war. If he continued to pursue strength blindly, the Land of Rain might disappear completely. In the end, Hanzo chose to endure. Later, after the 5 Kage summit ended, the Third Shinobi World War broke out. Once again, the world was thrown into chaos. This time, Hanzo did not rush into battle. Instead, he stayed in the village and waited carefully, watching the situation develop. Soon enough, envoys from the great nations arrived one after another. Each of them wanted Rain Village to join their side. If several great nations fought together against Konoha, victory seemed possible. At least, that was what they claimed. Hanzo did not move. He continued waiting. As expected, Konoha also sent a peace envoy shortly afterward. The person who came was still Shimura Danzo. His attitude had not changed at all. He still acted with the arrogance of a powerful nation speaking to a small one. Even though Hanzo felt anger burning inside him, he could not deny that Konoha had the strength to support such arrogance. Small countries had no real diplomacy. What Hanzo could not accept, however, was the agreement. Danzo was only willing to reduce the 200 years of compensation by 70 years. He refused to give even a single step more. The material support Hanzo hoped for was never mentioned. Even if the repayment period was reduced to 30 years, the Land of Rain still would not be able to afford it. War and peace were usually seen as opposites, but sometimes they existed together. Hanzo longed for peace, yet reality kept pushing him toward war. Because only war would bring supplies into the Land of Rain. It was nothing more than a transaction. A transaction that Konoha refused to accept, but the other great nations were willing to offer. If that was the case, then perhaps breaking the agreement with Konoha would not be such a terrible choice after all. Hanzo slowly spread his arms. The rain gathered on his mask, turning into thin streams of water that slid down silently. Chapter 483, Envoys in the Tower 1630. For words. Hanzo stepped down from the rooftop slowly, and returned to the inside of the tower. The rain still poured endlessly outside, but his expression had already returned to calm. After entering the room, he changed out of his soaked clothes and put on a dry robe. As the leader of Amigakure, he naturally had people responsible for taking care of his daily needs. However, as the years passed, Hanzo had lost more than just his ambition. He had also lost the recklessness he once possessed. To put it simply, he had begun to fear death. He was not afraid of facing a strong opponent in battle. What he feared was being assassinated by someone unworthy, dying in a way that had nothing to do with strength. Because of that, he rarely allowed others to get close to him now, even when it came to simple things like changing clothes or preparing meals. As the leader of Amigakure, there were too many people who wanted him dead. Among them were rogue ninja who had betrayed the village, assassins sent by the 5 great nations, and even bounty hunters who only cared about money. If Hanzo died, the land of rain would immediately fall into chaos once again. When he was younger, he had never worried about such things. At that time, he believed that with the blade in his hand and the power of the salamander, he could walk anywhere in the ninja world without fear. Back then, he did not even take assassination attempts seriously. Instead, he used them as opportunities to sharpen his skills. If he met a ninja whose talent impressed him, he would sometimes spare their life and even offer a few pointers, hoping they would return one day stronger and challenge him again. That kind of confidence was not only arrogance. It came from absolute belief in his own strength. But people changed with age. Now, Hanzo valued his life far more than before. He no longer sought battle the way he once did. Most of the time, he stayed inside the tower and relied on heavy defenses to keep himself safe. Even so, the bounty on his head in the underground market had never decreased. Many powerful ninja had attempted to assassinate him over the years, but the one he remembered most clearly was a rogue ninja from Takigakure named Kakuzu. That man had a strange appearance, terrifying strength, and very unusual techniques. What Hanzo remembered most clearly was something Kakuzu had said during their battle. He claimed that he had once fought against the god of shinobi, and had even gained his respect, so he did not care about a mere demigod. The arrogance in those words was obvious. In the end, Hanzo destroyed 3 of Kakuzu's hearts in that fight. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt a trace of unease. Kakuzu had nearly succeeded in a sneak attack by pretending to be dead. From that moment on, Hanzo became even more cautious. After all, he did not have multiple hearts like that man. One mistake would be enough to end everything. Inside a large room at the center of the tower, Hanzo sat down quietly on the tatami after changing his clothes. The atmosphere inside the room was heavy and silent. Outside the closed door, an AIM ninja was kneeling respectfully. Lord Hanzo, the envoys from the 3 villages have been waiting for quite some time, the ninja said in a low voice. Hanzo replied calmly from inside the room, "Let them enter." The AIM ninja immediately retreated after hearing the order. A moment later, the door slid open and 3 figures stepped inside. "Lord Hanzo is truly a busy man, making the 3 of us wait this long," a middle-aged jonin said with a faint smile. His hair was already thinning, but his tone still carried confidence. He was the envoy sent by Sunagakure this time. Even though he sounded polite, the impatience in his eyes could not be hidden. The short ninja standing beside him was far less restrained. That man kept tugging at the yellow headband on his forehead and spoke in an irritated tone. "Lord Hanzo is not avoiding us on purpose, is he?" He had lived in the dry environment of the land of wind for most of his life, so the humid climate of the land of rain made him extremely uncomfortable. As he spoke, he pulled at his headband again, as if he could squeeze water out of it at any moment. Hanzo showed a faintly apologetic expression. "I would not avoid honored guests. I was dealing with a small rebellion just now. The land of rain is not as peaceful as the 5 great nations. I apologize for keeping you waiting." His tone sounded sincere, but only he knew that he had simply been standing on the rooftop enjoying the rain not long ago. Since Hanzo had already spoken first, the 3 envoys could not continue pressing the matter. The dissatisfaction on their faces eased slightly. "I would like to know when Lord Hanzo plans to officially start the war," a bronze-skinned man asked directly. His skin tone and strong build made it obvious that he came from Kumogakure. The moment he spoke, the other 2 also focused their attention on Hanzo. Their main purpose for coming here was simple. They wanted him to send troops as soon as possible. "We have already begun," Hanzo replied calmly. "If sending a few small squads to harass the enemy counts as starting a war, then Sunagakure and Konoha would have been at war for decades," the short ninja said coldly. The meaning behind his words was obvious. In his eyes, Hanzo had not done enough. The first batch of supplies we promised has already been delivered to Amigakure, the Kumogakure envoy continued. We hope Lord Hanzo will also keep his promise. Otherwise, stopping the supply of materials will be the least of the consequences. The threat in his tone was impossible to ignore. According to the agreement between Hanzo and the three great nations, each village would send a batch of supplies to the Land of Rain. The plan was supposed to last for 5 years. After the war ended, part of the resources taken from the Land of Fire would also be shared with the Land of Rain. To Hanzo, that 5-year plan sounded more like a joke. The war had already lasted for nearly 2 years. Based on the experience of previous wars, it was unlikely to continue for 5 more. Once the war ended, there was no guarantee that the three great nations would continue providing aid. In the ninja world, promises were the most unreliable thing of all. As for the so-called resources of the Land of Fire, the result would be the same no matter who won. If Konoha won, that promise would disappear. If Konoha lost, the three great nations would divide everything among themselves. It was very unlikely that the Land of Rain would receive any real benefits. Even so, Hanzo had no choice but to agree to the deal. The Land of Rain desperately needed those supplies. Even receiving support for 3 years would be better than receiving nothing at all. In exchange, Hanzo had to send troops against Konoha. Originally, Iwagakure wanted him to lead his forces directly into Kusagakure and attack Konoha together. Sunagakure strongly opposed that plan. Their own resources were already scarce, and the daimyo often delayed support. They were not willing to spend resources only to benefit another village. The third Kazekage had suggested a different plan instead, asking Hanzo to send troops toward the Land of Wind and assist in dealing with Orochimaru. Because of this, the two villages had argued for a long time. In the end, the final decision was simple. The Land of Rain would split its forces and attack Konoha's supply lines. Kumogakure did not care which plan was chosen. The battlefield in the Land of Hot Water was too far away for the Land of Rain to provide real support anyway. At first, the Third Raikage had not even cared about such a small force. But the situation had changed after Kirigakure withdrew from the war. Now, Konoha had freed a large number of ninja from another battlefield. If those forces moved toward the Land of Hot Water, the pressure on Kumogakure would increase greatly. Because of that, they needed someone else to take Kirigakure's place and keep Konoha busy. That was why they had turned their attention to the strongest small country, the Land of Rain. As far as we know, Konoha's Lightning Fang and White Fang have already returned to the heart of the Land of Fire, the Kumogakure envoy said slowly. It will not be long before they approach the Land of Rain. The meaning behind his words was clear. The supplies had already been delivered. Now it was time for Hanzo to act. They were worried that he would accept the supplies and then turn around and surrender to Konoha. Hanzo remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. He had only been delaying because he was waiting for the supplies to arrive. Now that they had finally reached the village, there was no reason to continue hesitating. If he refused again, he would offend all three great nations at the same time. After thinking for a moment, Hanzo looked directly at the three envoys and spoke in a calm but heavy voice. As you wish. I'll drop 1 bonus chapter for every 10 reviews. Leave a review/comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. Read 80-100 chapters ahead on P at Trian. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.